Yo, what is that? What is happening here? Where is I mean, we on, but I don't think we're on. Oh, there everybody is. Okay. All right. That was weird. We here. We here. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. Uh-huh.
that always that always gets me to pop. Damian's Macho Man.
Let's see who's in here. Cole, Mark Primo.
Oh, Mark Primo. Hey man, congratulations. Your son graduating.
Yep.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, we'll hit those at the appropriate time. We got them coming up. Don't go anywhere. We got you. Hang tight for
we ain't even that dial.
Yeah, we ain't even on the air yet. What it do, baby? Yes, sir.
Roddy was popping.
Sean, what's happening? Happy Monday to you too, Brody.
Sean, what's popping?
Hey, let's go, man. We got to hit air horns for all the Sac State graduates, man. Let's go. Or all the graduates, period. We got that after the first commercial break, man. We got y'all.
You know what, Ramsey? That's a great point. I didn't even look at the schedule, big dog. I didn't even know they was in town. That's a bad job by me. Me. I knew it was coming up.
You want to go change
later in the week?
It's kind of disrespectful, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. Like that's you gonna catch mad heat for that. Yeah, you might want to go. You might want to go fix that.
First commercial break, I'm gonna have to do that. If you guys would have seen, I don't even want to move right now. If you saw how long it took me to untangle my headphones,
Jazz,
I don't want to move.
Can you bring Kenny a hat? You got to do what I do. Just unplug the whole thing and leave them in your ears. That's what I do.
I do, but I got this. Where is it at? You can't see it. It's this.
Yeah, you got a
long
40-foot
cord. It's this,
come
on, man. It's heavy. It pulls my ears back. It's crazy.
World.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask Jazz to come real quick before we go on.
It's kind of shameful. Yeah, it's really. I mean, shameful. Shame. Oh man! All right, Coach Molly, summer break, baby.
She says I have to wear whatever she gets. I don't know what this is.
Oh, that'll be fun. Be your Lakers hat. Yeah.
But whose side is it?
I don't know, man. I don't know whose side this dude is
you
on.
Saw what I just did. You saw I got that up and I threw that out of here, man. I got love for the Mets, but not this week. No.
I don't know, man. I don't know. The stream logs on. Kenny's got a Mets hat on. Ramsey jumps in like, yo, the Giants play the Mets today, man. What is happening right now?
What is he doing? God, is he the
Unbelievable.
man? What the hell is
On a Monday, too. On a Monday.
I don't know why Dusty Rose cracks me up with that one.
I don't know if there was ever a sound.
I got it out of here, John. My bad. Me. I knew the Mets series was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was okay. This is nice.
Jazz went to get your Lakers hat.
Got me a nice little paper planes hat, nice and safe.
Right. Thanks, Jazz.
Appreciate you, Jazz.
Yeah.
But I knew the Mets series was coming up. I thought it was later in the week. I didn't know it was today. Bad job by me. So great job by Ramsey calling me out on that. I have no problem with that.
No. Just to be clear, you were comfortable rocking the Mets hat, knowing the series is later on in the week.
Yeah, when they weren't playing the Giant, when I didn't know, I thought they weren't playing them tonight.
I don't even know.
If it was later on in the week, I wouldn't be wearing the Mets hat on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday.
I mean, I don't know. There's about 146 of us that disagree with you because we just saw you in the Mets hat a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, whatever it takes to motivate these guys because they are struggling right now.
You might want to, Jazz, can you bring the Mets hat back? Because at this point, they need all of the help they can get. Welcome into the May 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borland.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
So happy.
You know who got a good kick out of that? Who heard it for the first time was little Reese. I told him, I said, Reese, Damian plays Acknowledge Me at the beginning of the show, and he thought it was going to be Roman, but it was young Roman, and he laughed for about 45 straight seconds.
I like that. I'm glad I can make young Reese laugh.
Acknowledge me.
Yes,
He
indeed.
said, "Why did you give Damon the young Roman?" I said, "I didn't give it to him."
Well, that's all I can get, man. I get the scraps, and the reports are out. Rock ain't got no movie filming in the early part of 2023. So the breadcrumbs are all over the place. We've got a fun day planned for you, as always. Matt George will be with us. The birthday boy, Matt George, will be with us. Coming up this hour, as a matter of fact, 12:47. And I believe his son is going to join us as well. So that'll be fun. And James Ham will be with us coming up at 3 o'clock. No word on if James Ham's son is joining us. We'll talk Kings basketball today. As we do, we'll talk trade up scenarios, trade back scenarios, stay put scenarios, and a Malcolm Brogdon rumor that's out there that can't lie. I kind of like this one.
I like it too. I like it too. I'll tell you why I like it.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I like it for.
Okay. Okay.
But I do like it.
All right. There's a lot happening right there. I can't wait to find out what that is all about. Last night, the Warriors go up 3-0, beating Dallas again by 9. It didn't feel like the game was that close. Luka Doncic's soul was taken from him by Andrew Wiggins. This series has really boiled down to what we said all along. Like, the Mavericks can be a good 3-point shooting team, and when they are, they're tough to beat. But when you're playing a team like the Golden State Warriors, who can do your game better than you, it's tough. And this series is every bit the mismatch that 3-0 scoreboard shows.
Hey, man, look, I don't like doing this. I really don't like doing this. I'm not. Luka Doncic is a great ball player. Jason Kidd has done a phenomenal job with this team. Love what Brunson has done. Dinwiddie. These guys are balling, man. They're doing some good stuff. Finney Smith hitting some big shots in these playoffs.
Yeah.
Just call a spade, man. Mavs have no business being in the Western Conference Finals.
Oh, that's not
fair. They got hot
fair.
from 3, and Phoenix had to. No, they got no business being.
They beat the Suns 4 times. That's not fair. They didn't fall into this.
They did fall into this. They got no business being in the Western Conference Finals.
No, that's not fair.
Look, man, I'm not really the better team didn't win type deal, but
that's what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying.
Let's just call it what it is. This isn't a Western Conference Finals team. They got here. You can't take that away from them. All the memories that they've gotten. I know all the Mavs fans. They got memories.
Times they didn't beat them once.
They've got all the memories in the world. It's all good, but this isn't a conference finals team. It doesn't mean that they won't be.
Who is a conference finals team?
The Suns.
The Suns got beat by the Dallas Mavericks 4 times.
Well,
what are we talking about? They got humiliated in Game 7.
They don't deserve to be there. But I mean, look.
Yes, Cap. You could have just left it off at this is a mismatch. Dallas, they beat the number 1 team in the league. They were Phoenix Suns were the number 1 team in the league all year.
That's
Suns
why
beat them 4 times.
That's why they are where they are. There ain't no, you don't deserve to be here. So even though you won 4 times, you don't get to go to the Western Conference Finals. No, they won. They got there. They're playing, and they're about to get their asses swept.
They are about to get swept.
They got no business being in the Western Conference Finals.
They do, and I think the Warriors could have swept the Suns. I think the Warriors could have swept anybody else in playing the way that they are in this Western Conference Finals. Fact is, Dallas has a niche on the offensive end, and it just ain't working for them in this series. And I think that's partly because Golden State's defense. And I think it's partly that even when shots fall, it doesn't matter because the Warriors can go shot for shot with you. I don't think this Dallas Mavericks team is particularly, dangerous. I think they're in a good spot for the future. Like, they're just not better than the Warriors are, and I don't think there's a team in the Western Conference that's better than this Warriors team is.
I mean, and that's fair. I mean, you can't sit up there and say Phoenix because they didn't show it when it counted. They didn't show it in the biggest moment. So you just can't say that, and I won't say that. But I think the Warriors and the Suns. I think those were the top 2 tiers of the Western Conference, top 2 teams in the Western Conference. I would have loved to seen them in the Western Conference Finals, and make no bones about it. I mean, the Suns blew it. They blew it. I mean, the Suns. I say all this about the Dallas Mavericks, and I feel how I feel, but it makes no difference, because in that Game 7, when you talk about Devin Booker, when you talk about Chris Paul, when you talk about DeAndre Ayton, Michael Bridges, Jay Crowder, all these guys,
that's cooked. He got cooked.
Adrian, you didn't go down like that, huh?
He got cooked.
that's just what happened in Game 7.
Not that it matters. Warriors playing the way that they are, they'd be up 3-0 on Phoenix.
Nah, I disagree with that, but we'll never know, because
disagree
Phoenix
with you.
didn't
That's
handle
right. That's right.
Phoenix never didn't handle business. They don't deserve any kind
You're
of
getting 40 from
defense.
Luka Doncic, 20 from Jalen Brunson, and 26 from Spencer Dinwiddie. And for my money, you weren't even in this game.
Yeah, because you had the guys that have one job not doing their job. Between let me get the numbers here, make sure I'm straight here. Between
Bullock still ain't hit a shot. He hit as many shots as you did.
Kleber, and who else am I missing here? Finney Smith.
Frank Ntilikina
Well, he didn't hit anything. But
He shouldn't have
between Bullock, Kleber, Bertans, and Finney Smith, they're what, 2 for 7, 14, 19 from 3? Come on, man. Come on. That's why you can have Luka go for 40, then when he go for what he did, and you still not even be close.
How about 47-33? That's the rebounding edge that the Golden State Warriors had.
Hey, they're here. I was gonna say that's the whole point. Like they're not any kind of complete team. They're not any kind of versatile team. They're a one-trick pony. And when they're not doing that, they really get beat down when they're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not even like, oh, it's a game and they're on the cusp. Like, when they're not hitting the 3, they get beat down. And I guess that's what has me saying they have no business being here.
Okay. I mean, some people may have said the same thing about the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship.
I understand.
Got hot at the right time.
Look, they got hot at the right time more than anything, the Green Bay game, right? As much as I thought they could win that game, I'm watching that game. But I'm watching the game as a Niner fan. I came in here on Monday, and I said, as excited as I was, I'm sitting there watching it when it's 10-0, and I'm like, man. Or when Aaron Rodgers throws the 85-yard pass at the end of the first half to Jones, I'm like, yo, they're not winning this game. They're not winning this game. And I said a number of different times, I didn't believe they were going to win that game until Robbie Gould kicked the field goal to win it. Because you can make the argument they had no business winning that game. No business. And the Dallas Mavericks have no business.
Man, that's tough. It doesn't even matter, because by the end of tomorrow night, the Dallas Mavericks aren't going to be in the Western Conference Finals anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Now look, well, I remember in the Denver game, in the Denver series, you were upset that Denver won Game 4, and I was like, nah, man, let them rock, man. They win Game 4. You know, who knows what happens in Game 5, maybe 6, extend the series, all this other stuff. No, I'm with you on this one. We don't need Game 5. We don't need Game 5.
I'd argue we don't need Game 4. I don't even think Jay Kidd thinks they need Game 4. I was listening to Jay Kidd last night, and Jay Kidd was, you know, he was talking about the future and setup, and you know, I think he caught himself at the end and made sure to say, "We'll be ready for Game 4." Okay, y'all know he gave him the old RIP. He knows this is over. I would just prefer not to. I'm done. Let's go ahead. Let's just focus all our attention on the Eastern Conference Finals.
Focus on the Eastern Conference Finals. Get ready for the NBA Finals. Dallas, great step for you. You know, do what you got to do to improve this team and this roster next year, and use this as a stepping stone. Great season, dream season, a lot of great moments, but it just is what it is. We don't need Game 4 or 5.
It'll be interesting to see what Dallas is next, because I don't think this doesn't feel like all right, boys, let's run it back.
No.
And maybe this appearance in the Western Conference Finals can entice the ever elusive free agent to sign with the Dallas Mavericks. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that would be. Obviously, Mark Cuban's never going to sit still when it comes to this type of stuff, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Dallas is interesting because I don't think they're that good of a team, but they play really well together and they're tough. And those are two components that I love in a team. I was talking about it on Friday when they really kind of blew any chance they had at making this a long series. I love the way they played on Friday. They came out, they were like, yo, we're going to get physical with the F, as Mike Singletary would say.
Mm-hmm.
And it was working in that first half. And then they stopped making shots and the Warriors walked them down.
Will Z posted this. The Dallas Mavericks have only attempted 23 field goals in the restricted area during the conference finals. The other three teams, the Warriors have attempted 54, the Heat 59, the Boston Celtics 65. Again, the Dallas Mavericks 23. You live by the three, you die by the three.
All right,
we'll step out.
The Mavs.
We'll come back. Yes, indeed. That was a bar right there. Brendan Nunez presented something interesting on the latest edition, or one of the latest editions of the Kings Beat podcast. He talked about the Sacramento Kings trading up in the draft. I want to talk about that. There's a rumor out there regarding Malcolm Brogdon. We'll dive into that as well. Lots more ahead. We're just getting started, baby. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's Stilo and KC here on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
David, since you didn't understand what I'm saying, they aren't a good team, but they play well together. Like that, this is never, like I said, I would stand by what I said. This ain't no conference finals team. They have no business being here. Well, see, look, here's the thing about that. Even the Trailblazers, they led in, I want to say in the fourth quarter of every game that series. They choked it away. They got swept. Yeah, they got swept. Jesse said the worst conference finals team since the Blazers. I think that Blazers team is better than this Dallas team. But like I said, they play well together. Like they're tough. You know, if they're hitting their threes, whatever, they play well together. You know, but they can keep this. They can keep this team together, keep these guys together, and move on. There's a reason they're going to look to upgrade. The team ain't that good. Boston's not looking to upgrade, right? Miami's not looking to upgrade for a reason. Dallas is going to be like, yo, we need to make some improvements. We need to get better.
Yeah. I know you don't like the Mavericks, and like that's fine. Let's not like completely shit on their season. They were 52-30 this year.
They had a great season. They were never, we talking about they wouldn't even win the first round. Like, no, they were good. And then I think after the All-Star game, they had one of the best records in the league. They played, that's what I'm saying. They played well together. But weren't we talking about them being one of the worst teams in the playoffs?
Yeah, I'm always wrong about Dallas. I looked over at the TV and Stone Cold was stunning Molly Holly, and it took everything I had to not laugh. It took everything I had to not crack up. Sitting here minding my own business, I look over and he's stunning Molly, and Spike Dudley is in the ring. What am I watching? Like, what is this? Spike Dudley. Oh gosh, Spike Dudley for sure. He took that terrible drop, that terrible bump on the outside of the ring where I think he missed the table and he just got power bombed on his head from the ring to the floor. Ooh. Kurt just took a wild shooting star.
Aldrin, come on, a little revisionist history. They beat the brakes off him in Game 7. After Game 2, we were talking about Chris Paul was staring at them and laughing at them. They got beat by 30 in Game 5. Like, let's not act like it was competitive, and then they just outplayed them in Game 7. They play really well at home. Games 2 and 3, they did what they had to do. Game 6, they beat the hell out of the Suns again. I don't know. Maybe I have a different outlook on this. They cannot be a true conference finals team and have a really good season.
You saw that too, Randy? Yeah. Oh, we talking? We talking like my ass ain't coming back here. What's that?
Hey, Gary, what up? Gary,
No, I
what's
heard.
good,
I
man?
heard
That
you.
was
I just didn't hear what you said.
dope tournament, man. Shout out to the Dream Chasers doing what they do, man.
No, I don't think he said anything. I just think he's getting more opportunities there. Like they're upping his hits, as they say.
Okay, I'll ask you guys this: you guys picking Dallas to get back to the conference finals next year? I don't think people are picking them ahead. Maybe, but I don't think people are picking
Their
them
roster
ahead.
has holes in it. Like they need some flaws. Like they played
Oh.
well. They got hot at the right time. And that's not even fair. Like they hit the shots they needed to hit. But that roster has flaws.
They did what they had to do.
That roster has flaws to talking about to be one of the Final Four teams. This dude really got me out here capping for the Dallas Mavericks, for God's sakes.
You guys misunderstand what I'm saying.
I know, it's always us. It's never you. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
It's you, the chatty house, and referees. Y'all just don't be listening, bro.
Did you cause problems at the dopest fourth grade game or fourth and fifth grade game? What game were you at this weekend? Did you say this is the best fourth grade game in Sacramento?
Yeah, it is, man. Ball Academy versus Dream Chase is the best third and fourth grade matchup in Sacramento right now. Seriously, these young kids be balling, bro. Like they really do. Shout out to the Dream Chasers, my man Marcus Price, running that organization. My man Derek over here at TBA, myself at TBA. These young boys be balling, man. They be hooping. That's the future right there. But yeah, I got teed up.
Did you? Oh man, come on, bro! Like you're carrying the D-Lo and KC name. You can't get out there getting teed up at
I didn't deserve it.
Why do I find this difficult to believe? What led to the technical? What led to the technical?
So the other team, they kept camping out in the key, and there was one referee, right? And because somebody didn't show up, he was holding it down by himself. A couple times I was like, yo, man, three in the key. You got to call that. Plus, we were like getting beat up inside. So the part of the reason why we're getting beat up inside is because these guys were able to camp out inside. I was like, yo, 3 in the key. You got to call that. You got to call that. So he gets upset. He said, I'm not hearing anything else from you guys. Say it. Don't say nothing else. Da-da-da-da. So it happens again. They camp out in the key. Guy scores or whatever. And I literally said this. I didn't yell it. I didn't do anything. I'm being dead serious. I was like, hey, man, I know there's only one of you. I know it's a hard job, but you can't let them camp out in the key like that. That's enough. Technical foul on you. I said, for real? Are you serious? That's what we're doing? I didn't even yell at you. I was like, I can't even talk to you. He said, you can't talk to me like that. I said, come on, man. Come on. It was undeserved. I've yelled a lot more in the past and not gotten a technical.
What's the fine? What's the fine at the Caraway House for a technical at Reese's game? Are you the only family member who's ever picked up a technical foul? Okay. All right. I was broadcast journalist. I don't know. I heard Shell from Elk Grove, big time Warriors fan. I heard she gets pretty animated at some of these games too.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Happy birthday to the homeboy Rich. I don't know that he's in here yet. Rich from anywhere. He's in Baton Rouge. He always riding with us when he's traveling somewhere across the country. But happy birthday to our homeboy Rich. Congrats to Jordan graduating from Laguna Creek. Congrats to Aldrin Dre graduated from Sac State. Congrats to all the graduates, man, who rock with us. And man, we got a lot of birthdays today.
Yeah,
Rich,
man, let me get the
George.
Let me get
I think it's TC's birthday. I don't know if I saw that in the chat earlier. I think it might be TC's birthday too.
Oh man, come on, man! 5 air horns right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. DJ Casey.
There we go, man. We appreciate y'all rocking with us for
That's awesome. No, I love graduation season.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's a hell of an accomplishment. College is hard. But the take of a decade right there. College is hard. So when you make it through, especially a strong university like Sac State, Stingers up. AJ,
Stingers up.
Good
Be
stuff.
out there with my boy David Patrick this fall and winter. Let's go.
Let's go. We all gonna be there. We all gonna be there. Was listening to King's Beat podcast with Brendan and Sean, and James will be with us later. And Brendan had presented the rare trade up scenario. Started talking about, I mean, obviously the position that the Kings are in here is it's a big deal. Like the Kings' entire offseason, and I don't think this is an overreaction at all. I think the Kings' offseason dramatically changed on Tuesday. And they moved up in the lottery, and to move up into that 4 spot, it's if you have fallen in love with a player who's not one of those top 3, right? That's the ideal spot. That's the spot to be in. And then it's also the off chance that a Jabari or a Chet or a Paolo fall back for whatever reason. And I think that whatever reason is going to wind up being your boy Shaedon Sharpe. If one of those guys fall back, it's because someone absolutely got enamored with Shaedon Sharpe, and they felt like you do, like you had to have him, and his superstar potential is far too high. But it puts the Kings in prime real estate, and there have been several discussions, and we'll have one because I think Kenny and I feel the same way about this. There have been so many discussions about trading back, trading out, established player, veteran, all of that different stuff, but there hasn't been a lot of talk about moving up. And with the expiring contracts that the Kings have, of course, Harrison Barnes, the established player that teams would be looking for, it does create an interesting thought. I don't see it though. I think one thing that's gotten me, that really has solidified me on those 3 guys going first were the teams. When we went through Orlando, OKC, Houston, and you realized, man, it makes sense. Like if you went Jabari, Chet, and Paolo, like yeah, that makes perfect sense. Those all fit. But at the same time, Matt did a podcast with a gentleman who Locked On Kings podcast with a gentleman who covers the Thunder, and there were all this was just a wide ranging conversations, trading up, trading back, SGA, all sorts of Shaedon Sharpe with that group down there. But I like this. Does trading up entice you, or even sound realistic to you?
It does entice me. It doesn't seem realistic to me. I'm not where everybody is at yet, as far as thinking there's going to be a difference in that top 3. I'm just not seeing it yet. As much as people can get enamored with Shaedon, much to like
you don't think anyone's going to fall. When you say okay, I got you.
Much to like what you talked about, the fits for these teams, fit for lack of a better word, right? Like I think Jabari Smith is almost a lock to go 1. Although it might be, I think it's between him and Chet. I still think Chet is there, possibly for one. After that, OKC, they could add Shaedon and just say we're going 3 guard with Giddey, SGA, and Shaedon, and we'll find a big man when we get there, or we can trade SGA for a back. They may play that role, but I don't see it. I think if Chet is there, they'll pair up Chet with Giddey and SGA and go that route. And then Houston, I don't see them going another ball dominant shooting guard like Shaedon. I think they look at Paolo and they'll go with him if he's still there. And I don't see these teams falling out of the top 3 or falling out of love with those top 3 guys and going after a Shaedon Sharpe. I think they all have, I don't want to say their version of Shaedon, but I'm sure Orlando feels great about Jalen Suggs and Cole Anthony. OKC feels great about Giddey and SGA. Houston feels good about Jalen Green. They got Sengun. I don't know if they feel great about Kevin Porter Jr., but Shaden's not a point guard. And I don't think they want Jalen to be a point guard. So I think they play it safe and go with Paolo if he was there, and then work everything else out as well as they could. So I just don't see it. Now, if you trading up, like I said, I think it's unrealistic, but that's pretty exciting. If you can find a way to get into that top 2 or 3. But I think you'd have to give up so much to entice one of those 3 teams. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think those 3 players are worth what you potentially have to give up.
I think one of them might be, but it would cost you a fortune.
Jabari?
Yep. That's the one.
So you saw, I'm the only one I'm really sold on is Paolo. When you talk about like a superstar, I think Jabari's gonna be as a heck of a talent. Like he's gonna be a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
I think Paolo might be a little better.
Okay. I just feel like it happens every. I mean, maybe I'm thinking too much about Scotty Barnes and how Scotty Barnes just seemed to move up. And it's not like Scotty Barnes skyrocketed from 17 to 4.
Right.
It's like 8, 9, 7 if you really, really stretched to 4. Keep thinking, man, if there's just one of those, just one, whether it's Shaden Sharp or Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray, and of the 2, I think Keegan Murray's the one who it's not. Like if it's Jaden Ivey or it's Shaden Sharp like that, I think Paolo's the one who winds up falling back and being there in that 4 spot. I just think, man, it's right there. Just in case you could fall in love with somebody. You could fall in love with somebody for sure, but keep an eye on Paolo just in case he falls back. Just in case someone, because with all of the talk about Jabari and Chet, it doesn't feel like, barring something terribly unfortunate, that's going to shift at all. Like whether it's Jabari 1, Chet 1, whatever it is, like those guys are going first, which just leaves Paolo at 3. We think Ivy's a little bit more steady, or you could come up with 50 different reasons why Orlando would do it. Or actually that would be Houston. Houston would do it. And I just think it could be sitting right there for you. Which I like the idea of Paolo. It's just I don't want to trade up for Jabari because I don't. You're talking 1 now. You have to trade with Orlando. It's the only way that it happens, and that's cost. That's probably costing you like next year's pick. That's probably like NFL territory. Oh man, if they're costing you next year's pick too, I don't do any of it.
Yeah, I think they all are.
I don't do it. That's why I can't wrap my brain around the one of the Twitter one of Detroit. Like Detroit's going to swap the 4 and the 5 and send Jeremy Grant. Like why?
Right.
Why would they do that? Like they're falling like that is someone that's your boy. That's John Lynch. That is ensuring this team we have fallen in love with somebody we have no intention of taking.
Right.
Or maybe you do have intention of taking somebody, but you love somebody, you love another player almost as much. That Twitter trade, I haven't been able to really wrap my brain around yet.
And I'm not
why
saying
Detroit would do it.
I'm not saying that the deal can't go down or he can get traded, but I've had my ear to the streets. To the Detroit, with Big Meech and all them, and then the whole crew, Eminem. I talked to all of them. Trick, talked to all of them.
You talked to Eminem. That's a wild turn of events for those who have listened to the show.
You would only talk to me about the Pistons, but that's about it. Okay. And I like Eminem. Stop. I just didn't. I didn't think he needed to be on the halftime show, but I still like Eminem.
But Mary needed to be there. Eminem was
Mary
the one that didn't. Oh, okay. All right.
Mary didn't have to be there. No.
Okay.
Yeah. But I like Eminem. But I think a lot of people are jumping to the conclusion that Jeremy Grant is just like gone, and it's not necessarily that. I'm not saying he can't get dealt, but from everything that I've heard and read, whatever tension or questions that they had towards the end of the season and around the trade deadline between management and Grant, some people believe they worked that out.
But is it okay? So you hear stuff like that, but is it tension or is it money?
A little bit of both, and
Because I
not
thought the
tension
tension
like,
surrounded the money, and it was just the simple fact of Detroit's not giving you the money.
yeah.
So it's like, all right, well, we'll do what we got to do. We'll
It
part
was,
ways.
it was tension. It was fit. Trying to, kind of like Grant releasing a little bit control so Cade can do what he can do. Maybe taking a different role, and he wasn't crazy about doing that early on. But they worked that out a little bit, and they played well to end the season. And the general manager for Detroit had talked about how Grant's embracing his role and being really good in his role was a big part of that, and something that he looks at as beneficial for the rest of this team, or for the rest, this team moving forward. I think they got a relationship moving from the past. The GM's escaping me right now, but they have a relationship. Him and Grant have a relationship where he kind of believes in Jeremy Grant. He wants to. I think he's the one that signed him as a free agent. So it's not. I say all this to say it's not cut and dry to be like, Jeremy's out there to be had. I don't know. I don't know if it's that clear.
The general manager one is Troy Weaver.
Troy Weaver. There you go.
2, I think there's some one. I think there's a little bit more credence to it than. Well, of course you're gonna let those things be out there now because it ups his trade value.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be under the impression we want to get rid of. If we wanted to get rid of him, and this is how you could spin it. If you're Troy, we were talking to these different people. Of course, we want things to work out. We've always wanted to work things out with Jeremy Grant. Why do you think we didn't trade him in February?
Mm-hmm.
We could have traded Jeremy Grant at any point this season, and we didn't want to. You can frame this. You can prop Jeremy Grant up to be a prize for a particular team of this offseason. And whether you believe that he's a prize or not, right. Troy Weaver's job is to make you believe that he's a prize. Right. And that's why the pick swap and salary filler, it was like, why would they do that?
Right.
That doesn't, and again, you better, because remember, Detroit's 5. You better love 4.
Mm-hmm.
Like love 4. And that's probably not a call you're making until the Sacramento Kings are on the clock.
And this goes into something that we talked about, before the show with you and Jesse, and we can get into it a little bit right now, where it's like, the Kings, that whoever they pick it for, if they trade, like, it's got to be a starter day one, like you're contributing. On the flip side, like if Detroit makes that move, whoever they would be trading up to get, that's a starter. That's like, you're looking at him as Cade Cunningham's number 2 guy, like from day one, right? Like if you're trading from 5 to 4 and giving up Jeremy Grant, like you're going to get somebody. There ain't no development going on. It's this guy starting day one and we're ready to go. That's what I think of when I hear the trade.
And that's in the mind of the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
But you don't feel like the player that the Kings take it for, it's assuming there's no trade here.
Mm-hmm.
Kings just drafted 4.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sold on that has to be a day one starter.
That has to be a day one starter. And the circumstances are different, right? Because I'll say
in
Detroit, you gave up something to go get this guy. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you better be sure that he's starting day one. With the Kings, this is just where you're selecting. This is just where you're picking.
You got lucky.
Right. You got lucky. So yeah, I mean, let's just say, because I always talk shit at you. Let's start Jaden Ivey. Yeah, it would be great if he started game 1 of the season. But if Dante DiVincenzo's still here and he's your starting 2 guard and Jaden Ivey is your first guard off the bench, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I think he can still contribute and be beneficial to what the Kings are trying to do. And on the flip side coming back this September, on the flip side, if it's Shaedon Sharpe, we talked about this too. I think we look at, and it's been brought to us like Shaedon would be like Jermaine O'Neal in Portland, where he just don't play for 2 years. Anthony Simons just don't even play because he's so young. No, Shaedon can get out there. If he's not starting, he can get out there and night in and night out give you quality minutes, even if he hasn't played a game, a competitive game, I guess, in a year and a half, or whatever the case may be. I don't expect that to be just somebody that you just don't play because they're just incapable of getting on the court.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of the many dynamics that really shifted on Tuesday with the draft lottery. Is drafting 7th or 8th, you want to get a player who can contribute. You want to get a player who can help, or you make a deal for someone who can help you. Drafting at 4, like I feel like you do. Like you do have to get a player. Like the pressure gets ramped up to get that guy. Unless you've got, Jimmy Garoppolo, sitting in your spot for a year and you're comfortable with that. When you draft that high, you've got to, in my opinion, you've got to get that player out there. You better, or maybe better stated, when you draft this high, you better have a player you're confident can go out there day one and be a part of this, especially when you're a franchise that has flaws. When you have, holes in your roster. And there are players, we think at least, that are available there at that spot.
I really don't remember. I remember being there opening night, but I don't remember. I don't think he did. De'Aaron Fox didn't start night 1, right?
I think that was a Dave Yeager deal. What wasn't Dave Yeager's thing? I don't think anybody started. I don't think any rookie started with Dave Yeager. And I think that was Dave's thing. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Like, because Marvin didn't start.
Yeah, we know he didn't start. We know
I just feel like that was Yeager's thing. Like he didn't start rookies.
Yeah. I say all that to say, he didn't start, and Fox is fine. Like, I know there's a lot of question marks about people.
But the team is in a different spot. No, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but I feel like the team is in a different spot than when they drafted De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Like with De'Aaron, it's like, okay, here we go. Like, all right, we're gonna start to build this thing out. Got this young talent here. Boom, 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 boom. Now it's like, okay, no, like, whether the mandate is real or not, we know what we know what our expectations are for this team next year. I know what Matt George's expectations are. I know what damn near everybody listening to this, or at least every Kings fan listening to this, I know what their expectations are.
But so here's the deal, and I'm gonna assume that Dante is coming back, right? That's a large assumption, but just for argument's sake, I'm saying Dante's coming back. If that's the argument, that's what you're looking for, then the pick would be Keegan Murray, because there's no guarantee Shaedon Sharpe or Jaden Ivey is going to be better than Dante DiVincenzo night 1.
But see, that's the risk that you have to take, to me, because if you take one of those guys, you go away from the Keegan Murray, who we've established that is the most likely night 1 starter. We go with either of the other guys. Either Dante or Terrence are probably gone, and you have to make this pick with
Terrence.
Okay, and that's fine. You bring Dante back. If you draft one of those guys at that position and Dante's starting at the start of the season, I feel like something went wrong.
But that, if you're making a pick, when you talk about safe and you're going to make the pick, the only one that I'm for sure is going to be starting night 1 out of those 3 would be Keegan Murray.
So you playing it safe now?
I'm
supposed to be playing it safe.
I'm still taking Shaedon, but I'm also saying if Shaedon is my 6th man, I don't look at that as a failure. That
no, it doesn't have to be a failure.
Well, like immediate failure, like you said, something went wrong.
Okay. We'll get to this in a sec, but okay. What if Malcolm Brogdon? We got to throw Malcolm Brogdon into this. What if there is some validity to this Malcolm Brogdon rumor? Like, I've got the tweet here in front of me per source the Kings are among the list of teams interested in acquiring veteran guard Malcolm Brogdon from the Pacers.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I love Malcolm Brogdon, boy.
Now look, here's what I was gonna say. And we got Matt George coming up on the other side, so I'll get it in right now. If you bringing in Malcolm Brogdon, you figure out a way to make that work, keeping your pick. I don't want to move back and then all that other stuff.
Yeah.
You keep your pick. You bring in Malcolm Brogdon, and he's your sixth man. We got action. I like that. Because I'm not sold on him being a starting two guard. Plus, with his injury concerns, I don't know if you want to rely that heavily on him being your starting two guard.
Not just that, but his contract status too.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the final year of his contract. We'll bring in Matt George. We're going to talk a lot more about that Malcolm Brogdon situation as well, or it's the situation. Malcolm Brogdon rumor that is out there. We'll dive into that. Matt George joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. The birthday boy.
Uh-oh.
What's up, man?
What up?
I was expecting little Arthur to be in your lap here as we.
No Artie today. I ended up getting a sitter for a little while longer. So
there you go. All right, good stuff. Oh, I should probably plug my computer in. Good stuff, man. I was listening to your Oklahoma City podcast. That was good stuff. That guy was pretty good. Does he do the Thunder?
Yeah, he's the Locked on Thunder host, Rylan. Yeah, he's good.
Pretty good.
It was a pipe dream of an episode, but I kind of want to have fun with it too. I was just putting together a list of like talent that is not super unreasonable, but is probably unlikely that I would feel comfortable without hesitation trading for. And at the top of my list was SGA. And I knew that, it was going to be a pipe dream, but I figured it's worth having the conversation. And it's kind of worth it also to see if OKC would like the idea of, I mean, I know they have abundance of picks already, but imagine they have 2 and 4. So they take their combination of, let's say, Jabari and Ivy or Chet and Ivy. No, Chet doesn't necessarily make sense because they got Poku already there, but I don't know. I was curious if they were interested. Didn't sound like they were too much, but still, it's fun.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's filler for the off season, man.
Absolutely. That's what all this is. I don't want to say all of it's for, but you get to come up with dream scenarios and different trade scenarios, draft scenarios for the next month and a half or so.
Well, what you guys were talking about in the last segment in great detail, like the reason why that Twitter trade that I put out there is because I had Ku Cahill, who's the host of Locked On Pistons, on last week. And I talked to him about, hey, what would have to happen for the Kings and Pistons to do a 4 and 5 swap and either Jeremy Grant or Sadiq Bey be part of that deal. Basically, he said Sadiq Bey is not going to be part of that deal. Period. But he said, like, the only way that he could see that happening is if Paulo slides to 4 and the Kings are on the clock and the Kings call Detroit and basically say, hey, he's not making it to you guys at 5. If you want him, this is what it takes. If not, we're taking him and have fun with whoever's left. Like, and he said he would legitimately consider that. And he thinks the Pistons would consider that. But he also said the hesitation might be, like, the Pistons might be interested in making a deal for DeAndre Ayton, and they would need Jeremy Grant to make that deal. So we had fun talking about that too. And if after, of course, you're done listening to D-Lo and KC, if any of the Chatty House missed my interviews with, I talked to a Purdue beat writer about Ivy, and I talked to a Iowa beat writer about Keegan Murray. Really good conversations in both of those, really good context.
And did the Duke one hasn't posted yet, right?
Nope. I just wrapped that up talking about both Banchero and AJ Griffin. That's going to be posted at 4:30 tonight.
Nice.
Good stuff.
And then I have Aaron Torres from Fox Sports on to talk the draft. I have a couple national draft guys on this week. And then I think I haven't 100% confirmed it yet, but it looks like I'm going to have one Bobby Jackson on the podcast this week. So
okay. Stuff. Good stuff.
We're having fun.
What was your feel, Matt? What was your feel about OKC about what they would do?
They were pretty comfortable. Like from what I talked to Rylan about, like they're just fine sticking it 2, and because they already have 11 or
But as
12.
far as like who they would take.
Oh, who they would take? I think the pick was Jabari. I think they want Jabari, expecting Chet to be gone at 1.
And if Chet is there too, they'll run to the podium.
I didn't get that sense.
Hmm.
Like I got the sense that Jabari was the hope or the expectation.
We're coming back, Matt. Hang on. Sorry.
Yeah. No problem.
D'Lo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We welcome in our good friend Matt George, the birthday boy, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Seriously, Matt, how old are you?
28, baby.
Not even 30 yet. You're like Harrison Barnes.
You've been around so long, it feels like you're old.
I'm married to a Brittany, and Harrison Barnes and I had kids on the exact same day. True story. I am Harrison Barnes. Without the money, skill, community involvement, reputation.
That I don't know if Dave Garcia Designs is listening. That's a shirt coming to DLoandKC.com. I am Harrison Barnes. I love it. That's fantastic. 28, man. It means I met you when you were
21.
Oh, man. Difficult years.
I might have been 20.
Goodness gracious. I know you've been peeking in on some of the conversation we've been having. Let's start where we left off. The Kings are probably going to be involved in a lot of these over the course of the next month and a half or so. There's a report that, or at least a rumor out there, that the Sacramento Kings are one of the many teams interested in Malcolm Brogdon. I'm a big fan of the player. What do you think about his fit here?
Oh, I love Malcolm Brogdon. Big fan of the idea. Like, love the idea of Brogdon. I think Kenny was talking about if he's your 6th man, like you're in really good shape. Just like the way I say, like if Harrison Barnes is your 4th option offensively next year, you're in really good shape. Like I love the idea of Malcolm Brogdon, and I think it's a possible scenario. I don't know how much the Kings have to give up in order to get Brogdon and 6, because I'm not necessarily interested in just completely moving out of the draft for Brogdon. But I would love the idea of Malcolm Brogdon in Sacramento. He's someone who theoretically would fit well in a Mike Brown system, and if you're looking to change the culture, that's a guy high on the list.
Yeah,
Malcolm Brogdon is a sneaky big dude too.
Yeah, what is he, like 6'4"?
He's 6'4", but he's built, and he was a part of that. Like I always talk about the first time I saw Giannis like up close and in person. It wasn't just Giannis that struck me. It was, these are all like this Milwaukee Bucks, or that Milwaukee Bucks team at the time, man. That was a big, graceful squad, and Malcolm Brogdon was a part of that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Malcolm Brogdon, I'm not saying he did this intentionally, was he the one that chop blocked De'Aaron Fox like Fox's 2nd year? It was accidental. I think they were going for a loose ball, and it ended up knocking Fox out for a couple games. Was that Brogdon?
I don't know if it was Fox, but I think it was him that he did that to Marvin Bagley.
Or is he the one that pulled? Oh, he chop blocked Bagley.
Marvin Bagley. He kind of chop blocked, kind of like Marcus Smart and Steph Curry, and Bagley. We all thought he tore his ACL at that point.
That's what it was, because it was Eric Bledsoe that locked down De'Aaron in that game, and then Bagley got chop blocked by Brogdon. That's what it was.
Yeah.
We have long memories here.
That's what we have to hold on to, because it's not going to be wins and losses.
You talked about the Thunder and the Kings being potential trade partners on a recent edition of the Locked On Kings podcast. Did you de facto general managers get anywhere? Are we landing SGA? Like what's happening here?
I did my best. I did my best, but I don't think it's happening. SGA, I figured he was going to be unavailable, but I thought I'd try just for the sake of it. At least the interim general manager Rylan Stiles of Locked On Thunder, he was not interested in moving SGA for the 4 pick or whatever the Kings could attach to it of substance. So I tried and I failed, Kings fans. I did my best. Although I did have fans commenting on the post saying, why would the Kings want SGA? And I was like, I can't even respond to this in less than 480 characters. It's like, what in the world? Of course, the Kings would kill to have a player like SGA on this roster. And I almost feel confident enough saying if Fox and Sabonis somehow stayed here and SGA came in, SGA is probably the best player on this team. I think he is.
Let's not leave that for a second. I like SGA's game. I like what he brings to the table. He's a baller for sure. I mean, I don't know if the Kings would kill to have SGA. Like they would try to make it work. And like when you say that, I say as they'd be willing to move Fox or Sabonis for SGA. Are you saying it more so as to add to those two? Okay.
Yes.
That's where I get it. I'm with you.
Never in our conversation did I discuss Fox or Sabonis as part of the deal to get SGA. Although I would consider, like, if you had the choice right now in front of me, you can swap Fox and SGA right now. I would consider it heavily if I were the Kings. Just because, I mean, SGA, I remember a game when SGA was with the Clippers, he cooked Fox it was a couple occasions, plus better defender. And I think I don't know if he's going to have the overall offensive game that Fox has, especially now Fox is getting those middies basically whenever he wants. But I'm a huge fan of SGA. So I tried, I failed, but I tried.
Yeah, he's a baller. Now, we talked about a little bit during the break about where you think OKC may be looking with their draft. And did you get any sense that they'd be willing to take a risk on a Jaden Ivey or a Shaedon Sharpe with that number 2 pick? Or are they kind of in there with those 3 guys and just whoever falls to them?
As far as I understand, I didn't ask directly, but from the conversation and what I understand speaking with Rylan off the air, Shaedon Sharpe and Jaden Ivey aren't even on the radar. Like it's one of Chet or Jabari as far as I know. Now, I'm not saying Paulo is completely out of it too, that he could surprise me and be there. I think it's more likely for Paulo to fall to 4 than to be taken by OKC. From what I understand, the dream, I think, or the expectation there is Jabari is going to be a member of the Thunder. But I've seen Chet 1, Jabari 2, Jabari 1, Chet 2. In every single mock draft, it seems like it's different between the pair of those. So we'll see.
You got an episode of the Locked On Kings podcast posting this evening, and you put out a nice little teaser tweet. Like, why do you hate Paolo Banchero? Tell us.
No, I have questions about, and this has gotten me in trouble in the past, and I have this debate, and I've had this debate a lot with people, especially in regards to Keegan Murray. Like, I am paying a lot of attention to fit in this draft. I totally understand the best player available over fit argument. Drafting fit has royally screwed the Kings in the past. I totally understand that. I'm looking at this from the scenario of the Kings have 2 years to convince Domantas Sabonis to stick around. I believe that was the biggest move for Monte McNair. That was the biggest moment for Monte McNair. That's now the appetizer. What he does with his 4th pick is now the entree. This fell in McNair's lap, and he absolutely has to get this right. But Sabonis is still attached to him, or else you still lost Tyrese Halliburton for nothing. So, with that in mind, I'm not saying that and the fact that Monty's doesn't have a contract extension yet. I'm concerned, or I'm not overly concerned, I guess, about the idea of him like making some dumb all-in win now type move and passing up on talent that could have a really high ceiling, like a Shaedon Sharpe, Kenny, who I know you're really interested in. But I think it makes a whole hell of a lot more sense for the Kings to go after a guy like Keegan Murray, who I'm not going to say they know, because you don't know anything about these players coming out of the draft, but theoretically, he seems like an ideal fit with Sabonis. He checks all the boxes of what I've been looking for the Kings to try and acquire, either through the trade or free agency, theoretically, of the type of player I wanted the 4 next to Sabonis. Paulo doesn't. Like, there's questions about Paulo defensively. He only shot 33, rounded up 34% from 3-point range. I talk about that a lot with this Duke beat writer, Steve, who's, again, that episode is dropping later on tonight. Keegan, to me, is just a significantly better fit, although Paulo offensively is a better all-around, more polished player. So I wouldn't hate the move necessarily, but if I'm the Kings and I'm looking for fit and I have the choice between the two of them, I honestly am still with Keegan Murray.
So even if Paolo was on the board, you would take Keegan over Paolo?
I don't know if I could say that. I don't.
So the funny thing about that, Matt, is this is a conversation that I had all last year with Cade and Jalen Green, and everybody knows I love Jalen Green or whatever. And somebody asked me one time, they said, "All right, you're the Pistons GM. You taking Jalen over Cade?" And as much as I love Jalen, I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to do that. I'll be able to do it.
I don't know any scenario where Paulo or any of these top three falls past 4. I think like people have brought up Thomas Robinson way too much in conversations that I have had, especially about Keegan Murray. Like, what T-Rob was this 6'8" kind of tweener position, and he fell to the Kings. Blah blah blah. Like, if Paulo falls to the Kings, this is not a Thomas Robinson situation here. Paulo is an extremely talented player who I have no doubt in my mind is going to have at bare minimum a good NBA career. I still have questions about his fit in Sacramento, but if I'm the Kings, like the way I look at it, I tweeted this out earlier. If Paulo is there at 4, the Kings have 2 options. You either take him or you call every team in the league and say, look, Paulo's not getting past 4. Make me an offer. Like that. I think that's your move there. And the dream would be for a Detroit or an Indiana to give you their pick and an asset. And then you can hopefully get Keegan Murray at the 5 or 6, basically, or maybe even Jaden Ivey's there or Shaden Sharp is there. That's I guess the dream scenario there for me. But I don't. Would I take Paulo over Murray? My heart says yes, or rather, my Murray over Paulo. My heart says yes. My brain says no.
Listen to your brain, buddy. Listen to your brain. You're listening to D-Lo and KC and Matt George's brain here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Let's bring Detroit into the conversation because it was actually your tweet that sparked the conversation Kenny and I were having a minute ago about the swapping of the 4 and the 5 and including Jeremy Grant. And since you were the writer of that tweet, you put that out there in the universe. I'll ask you, huh? Like, why would Detroit do that?
So the basis of that tweet was early on last week. It was actually the day after the draft lottery. I had Ku Cahill, who's the host of the Locked On Pistons, on. And I was talking to him about like what would need to happen for the Kings and Pistons to swap picks, because I know the Pistons royally wanted to be in the top 3, let alone top 4, and they're not happy to be 5th. I talked to him and I said, like, what would have to happen here for the Kings to get a player like Jeremy Grant or Saddiq Bey and swap picks? And Saddiq Bey was completely off the table for him, which I understand. Jeremy Grant, he said the only way he thinks the Pistons consider that is if they are in love with a guy who falls to 4. And the direct name that he brought up, he had options to name anybody. The first name he brought up was Paulo, which it sounds like, and as you were just talking about, D'Lo, it sounds like Paulo is the most likely out of the 3 to fall. Not saying he deserves to fall or anything like that, but if you were going to take bets, I would put my money on Paulo to slide.
Even if all of them were not likely, Paulo's the most likely of the not likely to fall out of the top 3.
Which is what I was thinking about, because I was like, well, it sounds like nobody's falling.
Yeah. And that's the expectation, is that nobody's falling. And I knew the Pistons would say absolutely not if one of those 3 weren't available. So we're having this conversation, and it got me thinking. I also put out this tweet today too, because I also wanted to know how highly Kings fans valued Paulo, to where it's like, oh, he falls to you, you absolutely have to take him, doesn't matter what the deal is, versus no, here's this deal that's probably kind of bad for the Pistons, but we're assuming in this deal that the Pistons are in love with Paulo so much that they're willing to sell or give away so much in order to acquire him. That was the thought process behind the tweet. I don't think the Pistons say yes. I honestly don't know if the Kings say yes, truth be told, if they like Paulo at the 4 and they want the control over him.
Man, that lands Jeremy Grant and Shaden Sharp, though. So I don't know. Y'all go ahead, but
but Grant he's paid $20 million this year.
No, it doesn't land. It doesn't land Sharp. Sharp's definitely the one who's jumping in. If anyone jumps for someone, it's going to be for Shaden Sharp. It's not going to be for Jaden Ivey.
So Grant's got one more year on his contract.
Top 3?
Yeah. Because Paulo has to fall back. That means someone.
Ivy, it might be Ivy. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss Ivy, because I've read a couple of different things where some people believed Ivy had an outside chance of going top 2, depending on who this was before the lottery, depending on who the teams are there or that were going to be up there. I haven't heard that as much since the lottery's already been happening and the teams are up there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Ivy might blow the doors off some people.
I heard Houston really likes Ivy too. But it's
I can't
important.
even get Kenny Caraway to blow the doors off of Jaden Ivey, but that's all right. That's all right.
I like Jaden Ivey. Let me. So, Matt, you had a really good question last week. Really good question about the lowest. What was the lowest price if the Kings were number one? That's a damn good question. And since the Kings got the number 4 pick in the draft, trading that first round pick this year, the price has gone up, as I like to say. Yesterday's price is not today's price, right? I know a lot of people are into, just trade back and you can get this asset and that asset. I'm not really that interested in that, to be honest with you. I kind of just want to make the pick.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If there was a trade, what's the floor for what you'd be looking to get back?
I don't know if I could name a player off the top of my head. I will say I'm trading unless I'm getting a known NBA starter, like an established NBA starter, an established NBA commodity. That's the difference between 7 and 4 right there. 7, I would trade if I was getting a pair of really good role players, or maybe a fringe starter who I know at the very least is going to be a 6th or 7th man that's really good. 4, no matter if the draft is talented, top 3 heavy like this one or whatever, like 4, there are the expectations and the potential of finding a star. So
real quick, let me throw out a name for you.
Okay.
And it kind of skews it because he actually made an all-star team this year, but let's just take this all-star selection out of it. Would you trade Andrew Wiggins for the number 4 pick?
Boy, it's hard to say no to that so quickly as I want to, based off of what he's doing right now. I wouldn't. I think Andrew Wiggins is finally coming alive in maybe the best scenario in the NBA, playing for the Golden freaking State Warriors. And is that Andrew Wiggins going to be in Sacramento?
I mean, you can say that about anybody, though.
I 100%. But that's the Warriors. That is the Mecca right now.
No, I'm talking about like any other team. You know what I mean? Like when you talk about a starter, like, yeah, he's a starter and he's a good ball player in Charlotte. Is he going to do that in Sacramento? You can make that argument about anybody, which is one of the reasons why I hesitate to even move the pick. Like I feel like it's gotta be an all-star. Like I don't want to trade the pick. This is maybe an exaggeration. I ain't trying to trade a number 4 pick for John Salmons. John Salmons started everywhere he went. I don't want it. I'm not interested in that.
I mean, that's a sore name to bring up, period. No, I don't think anybody in the right mind.
Kenny's poking at old wounds right there. That's fine. No, that's fine.
I don't think there's any chance the Kings get an all-star for 4, not in this draft, unless someone falls. Like that's the only way that they're getting, which to your case, like what we talked about before, 7, it has lower value, a whole hell of a lot easier to move. 4, higher value, a whole hell of a lot harder to move. I think the Kings are probably going to make a selection on draft night and that'll be it. But 4 nets you the potential to pull off a big firework trade, especially if Paulo or one of the top 3 slide.
I think we also forget how hard it is to make an all-star team. And when we went through like draft picks who have become all-stars in recent years, like it is just so slim. You mentioned something interesting though in terms of trade value. I'm going to bring you into a debate or conversation Kenny and I were having. With that 4 pick, do you believe, assuming, of course, the Kings stay there, this is a player that they take who is on the roster opening day, does that pick need to be starting?
On opening night?
Yep.
No, not on opening night, I don't think, but they need to be a starter caliber player for their career. And I'm not just talking about a starter that leaves after their first contract flames out in Sacramento and then they go somewhere else like so many others have.
Works.
Exactly. like Keegan Murray to me, and you guys were just discussing this. I think Keegan Murray is a night 1 starter. I think Keegan Murray could come and you can plug him in right away. There's not too much expectation on his shoulders.
But that's because of his position, right?
Position and overall game. Like I think he can fit right immediately with what, and I don't think there's a better option at that position as of right now versus like, you guys were talking about Dante DiVincenzo earlier. I would be shocked if DiVincenzo isn't back unless some team throws the bag at him and says, go ahead and match Kings, F you. Like, that's the only way I can see. You don't pull off this trade. You don't want a guy for 2 years, get him, play with him for 20 games, and then say goodbye very often. Like,
Unless you get Malcolm Brogdon.
I mean, sure. I'm, you know what? I'll take that scenario. I'm happy to take that scenario. But the expectation is that he is going to be back. So if you take a Jaden Ivey, if you take a Shaedon Sharpe, like, you can bring them off the bench with confidence, I think, knowing that they have to still turn into an NBA caliber starter going forward. But I think what we're talking about is a starter with this core a year or two from now. And that's where I have hesitations with Jaden Ivey that I have less about Shaedon Sharpe, is because of position. Like, Jaden Ivey to me doesn't make sense from a fit standpoint. He has all the athleticism and all the excitement in the world, but I have questions about his fit versus Shaedon Sharpe. Even though he hasn't played a game for over a year, this is why Sharpe's kind of jumped ahead of Ivey on my board personally. Sharpe plays a wing position and is a natural wing scorer that this Kings team, I think, could definitely use. And you give him a season to grow into that, or a couple seasons to grow into that, while still being a contributor off the bench. Hell yeah. And if he turns into Anthony Edwards and is a contributor right away on a playoff team, hell yeah. Like that. But I think that's wishful thinking a little bit.
Here's the question I would ask everybody here. Dame, Jesse, even though I can't hear him right now, and Matt. Can the Kings draft Shaedon Sharpe, not start him, and still make the playoffs? I say yes.
Yes,
if they fill that 4 spot. That's
they've got work to do with veterans all over the place in the summer, but I think they can draft Shaedon, Jaden, whatever, not start them, and still make the playoffs.
Okay, let me ask this: who's the starting 2?
Dante.
Okay.
So Shaedon and
All right.
Shaedon and Davion are your duo coming off the bench. That's your 6th and 7th man right there.
That response is hilarious.
So, all right, I'll do it.
But
I think we all need to calm down a little bit on Dante DiVincenzo.
Calm down.
Come on now,
Damian. You know how I feel. This is the argument that I always have with Matt George. Like, how many all-star caliber people in the starting lineup do you need? You've got a De'Aaron Fox. You've got a Sabonis. You have Matt Barnes. I'm not saying Harrison Barnes. I'm not saying he's an all-star caliber player, but people say they need some high-level starters. 3 of your 5 guys are already starters. We're looking at an NBA Finals or a conference final, or Reggie Bullock, Strauss. All these guys are starting. Like,
I didn't say any. I didn't say anything of that sort. I didn't say any of that. I'm just saying we're really just riding with like, the player we're about to draft at 4 isn't going to be better than Dante DiVincenzo.
He better be eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Of course. Day 1, he might not be. I don't see a problem with that.
I think Keegan Murray could be better than Dante DiVincenzo day 1. I think he could be more of a contributor day 1.
All right.
But so to answer your question, Kenny, like,
saying me bad things about Dante DiVincenzo.
I think this is what they do with this 4 pick is the best shot that they're going to have at fixing that starting 4 spot. Period. I think this is their best shot at fixing that starting 4 spot and still keeping Harrison Barnes. Let's put it that way. I don't know if they draft Keegan Murray. If they draft Jaden Ivey or Shaedon Sharpe with all their upside, even if they're coming off the bench, I don't know how they upgrade the 4 enough without giving up Harrison Barnes. I don't know how they do it.
How about this? You draft one of the guards, Sharpe or Ivy. You do trade Harrison Barnes for, let's just say, John Collins, for argument's sake. And then you go get one of the Martin twins or both of them. I think that's a good offseason.
It is. Who was your draft pick in that scenario again?
Ivy or Sharpe.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Ivy, Sharpe, John Collins, and one of the Martin twins. Come here, you lose Harrison Barnes.
And what's Dante doing in this situation?
Dante signed a 4-year, $40 million deal.
I also talked to last week. I talked to my guy, Brad Rowland, who's the host of the Locked On Hawks podcast. I talked to him about a John Collins trade, and he didn't seem too interested unless there were there were picks involved. Not necessarily the fourth pick,
No.
but picks involved. I don't think he would do Harrison Barnes for Collins. He said he doesn't think the Hawks would do Harrison Barnes for Collins straight up either.
Cool. We got some second. You want picks? We got some second round picks you can have.
Thanks,
You want
Vlade.
some picks? We can send you some photographers. Outside of that, buddy, I don't know that you're in any room to negotiate. It's clear you're ready to move on from John Collins, and I think the whole league is aware of that. We've got to let Matt George go. He has a son to raise and a birthday to celebrate.
Yeah, man.
I'm looking forward. That was a good tease that you put out there on Twitter. Your Twitter game is strong, or as our man NBA Colbert said, you're nice with the keyboard. Like that, I'm anxious to hear the Duke podcast. Like I'm ready to listen to that and find out why Matt George hates Paolo Banchero. That'll be available.
Hold on.
It's
So
sad.
that's what I heard.
It really is sad.
Well,
That's what I heard.
I'm changing the title now.
The Locked On Kings podcast available at 4:30. Make sure you become a subscriber of that. Matt, we appreciate you. We'll be back with more. We'll talk more Kings. And man, Kenny's worlds colliding. Michigan and the Lakers.
But
We'll
those aren't
explain.
my worlds. It's just one of them. What are you talking about? Those are not my worlds, plural. Okay, Lake Show.
Whatever you say, buddy. It's
Maybe
Dealing
what-
with Casey here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. That was fun.
Someone asked in the chatty house real quick. They asked who I picked at 9 last year. I picked Franz Wagner at 9.
Franz.
But he was not available, obviously, in the real draft. And I remember because in the ultimate mock draft, your boy Damian Barling was our local analyst, and he didn't like the pick too much.
I did
I
not.
wasn't crazy about the possibility of either. I was like,
So-
yeah,
pretty good.
around. He gonna be around. He
Good
gonna
ball
be in the league
player, yeah.
10, 12 years, but I wasn't crazy about it. But he had a really good rookie season.
I think I know the answer to this question already, but I saw someone post it on Twitter, and it creeped into my mind, and I pretty quickly dismissed it. Would you trade number 4 for Franz Wagner right now?
No, I don't think so. That's not a knock on Franz either. Like I just know I don't think I would.
I think
know.
I think Wagner's a damn good player. I wouldn't do it.
I think so. I think he is
I
too.
think Wagner's a damn good player.
He is a good
Yeah,
ball
I think he is too.
All
player.
right.
Really good ball player.
Well, have a great birthday, man.
Yeah, thanks. I got a podcast to post.
Oh, post the podcast. I'm looking forward to
Birthday
listening to it.
podcast. What is it? Gemini season? Is that what we're doing? Is that the
You don't know your
I'm not about
No,
astrology?
your sign?
No, I have no idea. I think I'm sure. I have no idea.
Matt is the first person I've ever met that doesn't know a sign.
I think someone actually told it to me recently. I don't know.
I don't know. There's some. Anybody know what's the hashtag
You
sign
may
season?
not know anybody else's sign, but people know their own sign.
Rob says it's Gemini season.
Oh, okay.
So
You should
All right.
this is your homework. Next week, look up the characteristics of a Gemini and see if it matches up. Because I'm sure you've never looked it up, have you?
I won't do that.
that's honesty right there. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Oh, Stone Cold just stunned Molly Holly again.
Again. Oh my god.
Damn. Oh man.
How many bumps does she have to take?
Oh no, Spike's ready for revenge though. This is funny. This is like Alliance era Austin. This is funny. Oh,
I went
man.
down a rabbit hole last night of like Savage Mike moments from AEW. They get loose over there at AEW.
Oh, yeah.
Man. Holy moly.
Yeah.
I haven't seen too many AEW promos, but they've gotten some, like CM Punk's thrown some barbs, like some
Yeah.
true.
Maybe
And
so.
same thing with Jericho. Jericho straight up just blasted WWE openly. Like
Well-
no holding back.
I popped when CM Punk called MJF. I think he called him like a broke Miz
No,
or a less famous Miz.
less famous Miz. Yeah.
That's what it was.
Less
That was
famous.
a great line
Super good.
because it fit perfectly.
And then how Jericho reacted to when Jack Hager, is that his name?
Mhm.
When they started doing We the People, and he just starts blasting WWE creative for about 30 seconds. It's like, it's stupid.
Hey, there's Chris Jericho with the tag team title on around his waist.
Also, I didn't realize Paige Van Zant, Sacramento's Paige Van Zant, was in AEW.
Yeah, they have like a little MMA clique over there. But
Cool.
yeah.
I don't know that.
Yep.
They're not nice to her either.
It was destined to happen. Like she had professional wrestler written all over. I thought WWE for sure, but
she's tiny.
She is.
She is tiny.
She got beat up. UFC.
That's why she belongs in WWE or AEW.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right, buddy. Have a great rest of your birthday, man. We appreciate you as always.
Later, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Switch back, Casey.
Yeah, I'm about to go.
I'm gonna phrase that.
So you guys are gonna be mad because I took the time to do this and I still didn't finish the Office episode. But I watched it. No, it's coming. It's coming soon. But I watched like 4.
You literally have like 12 minutes to watch. That's the wild part about all this. But go ahead.
I watched like 4 episodes of Atlanta last night.
Of what? Oh. Hold on. You watched 4 episodes of what?
Atlanta last night.
That's hilarious. So did I. I'm trying to catch up on the season.
I think I'm about 2 or 3 behind now. But man,
it's over. Yeah, the season finale already.
Oh, they already had
I think
it?
it's the,
Okay.
yeah, they are.
Okay.
It's so you'll be able to finish the season. That is the most WTF show I think on television.
But it is, and they do a perfect job of always bringing it around because it's like, what are we doing here? And then by the time you get to the end, it's like, oh, okay,
yeah. So I got it. So let's do what David Jackson says here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Y'all hit the thumbs up. I realize this is part of the show where D-Lo's got to beg for likes. It's all good. D-Lo begging for likes, brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs and DaveGarciaDesigns.com. If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320, hit the thumbs up. If you're watching on Facebook, hit the thumbs up as well. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the little notification so you know when we go live, man. Become a subscriber on any of those 3 platforms. We'd greatly appreciate it. That thumbs up goes a long, long, long way in helping the streaming version of D-Lo and Casey grow.
Yeah.
That episode where black people were suing white people for reparations was crazy. Yo, that episode was. I'm like, yo, how is this gonna end? It ended because my man got a second job.
What did the one line where the lady goes? She says, "I'm 100% whatever," and she's like, "This is unfair to everybody, or it's affecting everybody." The black guy walks by and he goes, "No, it's not. No, it's not."
Well, no, the other one. What's her name? Shaniqua Jackson. Stop slamming my door. Yo, that show is is something. That episode, the first episode, man. Man, they had some time to put into these.
They did. I even like because what they did is because I was a little frustrated that they were going to be in Europe the whole time. I was like, nah, man, I want you to be in Atlanta. Like, and even the Europe episodes, they've worked out. They've made them work. But now, like this year, he's incorporated like this Twilight Zone, like these one-off episodes. I think he might have like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, he ain't even in.
Yeah, he's
ain't
not
nobody in it. Ain't no Paperboy in it.
With Atlanta,
no,
it's literally their own story for that episode.
When
the last one I saw was when the nanny from Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh yeah,
and the boy from Tribeca.
Yep. Spoiler free. Y'all got to see these. I was so. I thought I thought I was watching the wrong show. The first episode.
Yeah, right.
I was like, oh, man, and I stopped it twice. Like, where's Childish Gambino? I'm trying to watch this show. Like, what is this? And you let it play out, and you go, okay, that boy did. And then the second episode starts. And you're like, all right, I think I'll be able.
The other episode is the actual Atlanta cast.
Right.
It's something different in between, but
I'll watch one tonight, and since there's no game worth watching tomorrow, I'll probably be able to finish it.
I'll watch game 4.
Do I have to?
Mavs season.
We literally started this show saying there doesn't even need to be a game 4.
Yeah,
like,
but it's the last game of the season. You know, you get to see
Gotta-
Steph, you know, get back to the NBA finals and all the pomp and circumstance for that, which is actually deserved, by the way. Like, on the low, everybody, Steph Curry's about to go to his 6th NBA finals.
That's crazy. That is nuts.
He's about to go to
That
his
boy
6th
is
NBA
bad.
finals, and I don't even think this will be his last NBA finals.
Oh, I don't think so.
Like, how
either.
many do you think Steph is going to get? You think Steph is going to? All right, I'll go for the gusto off top. You think he's going to tie LeBron?
Oh, I didn't think that was the gusto. I thought 6 was the gusto.
Winning 6, yeah. But I'm just saying finals appearance, because we talk about
I don't think so. LeBron's been to
10, right?
No, didn't he go
Or
to
is it
10
not?
straight? I think he's been to
Is it
no,
11?
no. I think he's been to like 13.
I thought he went to 9
Because he went to okay. So if he went to
and he's 10 total. I
9
think he's
straight,
like 3 and is he? No, he's like 4 and 6 or something like that.
okay. Jesse, look that up. How many has he been to? So it was 9 straight. It was 8. So it was 4 Heat, 4 Cavs.
Yep. Good call. Yep.
Okay. So 4 Heat, 4 Cavs, plus the first one with the Cavs. That's 9. Plus
Lakers.
1 with the Lakers.
Yeah, bubble.
And that's it.
Yeah,
He hasn't been to more than 1 with the Lakers. So 10. So 4 and 6.
So
and Steph is about to go to his 6th.
Steph tie LeBron.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. But Steph could get to like.
He could get to 9. He could get to 8. He could get to 8. Like man.
That'd be crazy.
Does he finish with more rings than LeBron? LeBron's got 4. Steph right now has 3. Does he finish with more than LeBron James?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say he ties him.
Okay. So he's got another
gonna
Larry
get one.
O'Brien.
I don't know if it's this year or.
Do they give him the elusive
right
MVP no matter what? Like Steph Curry shot 10% from the field. Yeah, he was the MVP though. Like I think that's the Bill Russell MVP if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think it's out now. If he gets that 4th this year, he may get 5.
Did you see the clip of Larry Bird being told about the trophy name change?
No.
There's a clip of him on that conference call. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to find it fast enough. It was funny because he's like, they tell him the Eastern Conference MVP will be, the Larry Bird trophy. And he kind of smiles, and the Western Conference trophy will be the Magic Johnson trophy. And he's like, oh, that's great. That's just such an honor. Here it is. I think I could get this for you here. Of course not. You knew this was going to happen.
In the East, it'll be called the Larry Bird Trophy, and in the West, that we'll get the Magic Johnson Trophy. Wow! So we wanted to let you all know that. And,
he's got a smart remark percolating in his head right now.
Hope you find special, but from this day forward, those conference finals MVPs will be known as the Larry Bird Trophy and the Magic Johnson Trophy.
Well, thanks, Mark. I just wish I could win one of them Magic Johnson trophies. That'd be a highlight of my career.
that made me pop. I thought that was funny. Because there's a trophy that Larry doesn't have, and he's like, yo, I want the Magic Johnson trophy. That's the one that I want. Boy, Steph getting sick, man. I don't even think I had computed that 6 finals for Steph Curry.
Yeah, man,
that's amazing.
So
absolutely amazing. And this team is capable.
Be careful, because we throw salt on the Warriors. We don't ever say good things about the Warriors.
Okay, well we'll leave that out. Just jokes. We'll leave that out there on social media.
Right. Warriors fans going to take it as disrespect because we said we think he's going to go to 8 finals and not 10.
Yeah. How dare you?
Respecting Steph.
How dare you?
He just always disrespecting him. Is he the most disrespected superstar of all time?
Well, that's what Draymond Green says. Just with the amount of disrespect that he gets, like
we up here talking about we talk about this man might go to 8. They might win 2 more. He might end up having more championships than LeBron, and we just disrespect. That's what we do. We disrespect the Warriors.
Did you see the TNT crew talking to Draymond Green when he was warming up about making the all defensive team?
No,
so I didn't see it live. I saw it on social media, and it says the notification Draymond trolls Chuck, or Draymond and Chuck going at it again, or something like that. And Ernie leads into it, and he's congratulating him on making all second team. And I'm watching this, and Ernie's talking for 15, 20 seconds, whatever. And I'm watching, thinking he's going to be pissed he didn't make first team. That's what he's going to say. And watching it, oh, thanks, Ernie. I can't believe I didn't make first team all defense. Like, yo, you're one of the 10 best defenders in the league. Like, no, I'm one of the 5 best defenders in the league. Yeah, and Ernie, God bless him. Yeah, maybe it's because you only played 40-something games. Like, maybe that had something to do with it. And, he's doing it in the Ernie way, not in the way that I just did it. He was like, I was just thinking, like, maybe it was because the 40 games that you played. I was just like, man, you are, like, so praised for what you are, and you think you think you are wronged all of the time. And I watched that dude thinking, man, this dude is he really has perfected his job. Like, he's so good at but it's never like, it's always, I've been wronged. They're out to get me. And I just look at this dude like, I want to appreciate this dude more. Like, I really do. And then I see stuff like that, like, fam, like you're like, to hype yourself up, the first thing you do is knock down somebody else.
Come on, man. It's unnecessary. And Draymond has had a heck of a bounce back season. He's been really good this season.
Yeah, he decided to play.
Right. He's been really good this season. And, once again, we go through this all the time. People think I hate Draymond. I don't hate Draymond. People think I think he's, this terrible ball player. I don't think that. I think he's a really good ball player. I think he does a lot of good things. It's the things that you talk about.
He too will be going to his 6th NBA Finals.
He will be going to his 6th NBA, and he may win his 4th NBA Finals. Good luck keeping him off top NBA 100. But it's stuff like that, man. Like, it's just never enough, man. It's just never enough. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why, like you said, it's always got to be like he's been done wrong or disrespected when he's getting achievements.
Yeah, it's not like he was left off the all defensive team. Like, then, okay. Like, I get it. I get that. No, I was surprised I didn't make first team. Like Trey, you were surprised? But he needs those accolades so people can tweet out his Hall of Fame resume. Would you like to lay a wager on, if the Warriors win the NBA championship, at least one member of and I'm going to go with the local media in Golden State, tweets out Draymond's resume with some sort of hashtag Hall of Fame or first ballot or something along those lines?
I ain't taking that bet.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we may have to take a raffle on who it'll be. It's Marcus Thompson. That's the first pick in the draft.
That's the leader in the clubhouse. Like, that's the one. He's probably working on his Draymond Green book.
And that's my guy.
In front of him.
That's my guy. But he connected with Draymond.
Okay.
Hey,
well, maybe you text him to get him on the. They're gonna send it out like a Woj tweet. Breaking news. That's from Jesse.
Okay, Lake Show.
And
why did we have to play that again?
That was my transition. That was like that was like if you were watching Sports Center and you saw the come up, like the noise that the graphic makes
on your board.
It's arguably the best drop on the board.
Okay, Lake Show.
It's perfect. It fits all occasions.
It does not fit. What are you talking about? No, it doesn't.
Well, like I had told, there was a story where your two worlds collided here in Michigan and the Lakers, and I thought it was an appropriate time to hit that drop when you accidentally proclaimed that you were a Lakers fan.
Never proclaimed I was. For all the first time
We all heard
people
it.
are just here. Don't
No.
listen to these guys. Never confirmed or proclaimed that I was a Lakers fan. Never happened. Don't listen to Damian, Jesse, or anybody in the chat house.
Okay. No. Nope. No, not me. So, yep, I guess next time Kenny gets in his feelings about being a Lakers fan, we'll pose the same question. But you're right. I'm being unfair. Is Kenny a Lakers
wait a minute.
fan?
Wait just the damn minute. I know that's not going on the poll.
It's Kenny. It's Kenny's Lakers fandom on a poll match here over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching on YouTube, many of you are, we appreciate it. If you've got time, sometime between now and 4 o'clock, go place your vote because the poll is up.
There's no need to vote on that.
I'm pretty sure Kenny was the first person who voted because it was 50-50 no. So, like, yes, it was 50-50. So I'm pretty sure Kenny was, oh, boy. Shout out to the crew. Y'all hit the yes button quicker than you hit the thumbs up. I want to say, one, I'm proud of you. Two, that's shameful. That's shameful.
This is the damn shame.
I
don't like any of you people. I don't like any of you.
It's not true. Well, you'd like us if we were wearing Lakers jerseys. I know that much. There was a report out there from ESPN that the Lakers extended some interest in Juwan Howard. Now the wording, what's that?
I was telling the Lakers to back off.
Yeah, the wording, and I kind of feel like that's exactly what Juwan Howard told him because the wording of this report is very strategic. And I think the reason behind that is it is very specific in stating that Juwan did not interview with the Los Angeles Lakers. And I think the reason that this is worded the way that it is if you're Juwan Howard and the Lakers are approaching you about a job, if you're Juwan Howard in the situation that you're in, the only reason you agree to be interviewed is if you're getting the job. So I'll agree to be interviewed for your job that you're going to tell me right now I'm going to get. Otherwise, I'm not going to interview, because the second the Lakers request formal permission to interview Juwan Howard, it goes to the AD, it goes to the vice president, it goes to all of these different people involved with Michigan, which means that then what? It goes out to the media. Once it goes out to the media, that means the recruits see it. Once recruits see it, it's all of a sudden, oh, Juwan Howard of Michigan is looking to get back into the NBA or looking to get his first head coaching job in the NBA, and that does damage for his recruiting class. So the best way to put this is the Lakers expressed interest in Juwan Howard, but Juwan Howard was more than happy to stay at Michigan and reject any overtures from the Los Angeles Lakers.
So I want to follow you here. I want to make sure everybody else follows you. Juwan, when it was contacted in some type of way, it's like the only way we can make this official is if you're ready to hire me right now.
So in my opinion, like you can't
sense.
agree to just be another candidate. Like it can't be Kenny Atkinson, Darvin Ham, and Juwan Howard.
Right.
Like it can't be that, because once it becomes formal, your recruits find out.
Right.
And that affects your recruiting class. That could affect your recruiting class this year. That could affect your recruiting class for years to come, because people are going to think you always have one foot out the door. If it's the Lakers approached your people and it was, no, Juwan's staying at Michigan, then that's what you want out there. His people, and I don't know, Juwan was involved in this process at all. I'd have to imagine that his team was, his agent was, and it's, yeah, Juwan might be interested in being the Los Angeles Lakers head coach. What Juwan Howard is not interested in is being interviewed to be the Los Angeles Lakers head coach, because that being interviewed greatly affects the job that he has right now.
Right.
Being the Lakers coach doesn't. That's for the next guy to figure out.
Yeah.
And that's probably, yeah.
back.
I think that's ultimately what it boiled down to. Is the Lakers wanted another candidate for this job, and Juwan said no, thank you.
And I already know what the answer is going to be, but I'm gonna just ask the question anyway.
Mhm.
For all those people who think that I was doing too much, saying, being too impatient or whatever, would we be okay if the Kings still didn't have a coach right now? Like, will we not be?
Man, I don't
What I'm
know.
saying, like, I'm not.
Oh,
saying
sure.
People wouldn't be like.
I don't even know what we talk about. Would we be talking about the coaches? Would we be talking about the fourth pick? There might not be anything in existence on D'Lo and Casey outside of head coaching. Jill Adge would have like hourly appearances. Hey, give us an update on this, on that.
Well, she can give us hourly appearances now on assistant coaches. Them positions are filling up like nothing else.
Believe it's Luke Outs.
Oh wow!
His name. I haven't had a chance to listen to the clip that Jill sent me because, of course, when I needed the pronunciation of his name, I texted Jill. I was like, "How do I say this?" And she said like Outs, but Louts. Oh, I read that wrong. Luke Louts.
Luke Louts.
I hate getting names wrong, so I'm going to listen to the clip that Jilly sent me a couple of minutes ago and see how that. She's like, no, stupid. The L is pronounced. I know, Jill. I read your text wrong. I got that wrong. But yeah, like the assistant coaches are filling out quite a bit here, and I don't know a lot about my man Luke Louts. I don't know a lot about him. He what was his position? We have it somewhere here. The basketball strategy and personnel evaluation was his position with the Phoenix Suns.
Definitely not trying to diminish what he did in Phoenix, but it just makes me. The first thing that came to my mind was, you could have made up any position in the world, aside from naming Miss Ronadive assistant general manager. What was
vice president? I was trying to think of it. What was it? What is vice president of basketball strategies?
There you go. You could have made up any position, because I haven't heard
is
of
Luke Louts coming for Alvin Gentry's job.
I hadn't heard of this one before. What is it again? Chief strategist and a personnel evaluator.
The title was basketball strategy and personnel evaluation.
All right.
That's
All
Luke
right.
Louts.
Now, I don't know what he does per se, but from the things that I've seen from Jill, read, from other people, seems like a really good basketball mind. And it seems like somebody that on the Warriors staff with Mike Brown, that's how they have their relationship. But even in Phoenix, has done a really good job. And it's done a really good job of being part of that culture and trying to just learn within the business to get to this point, because that's not the same title he's going to have here. He's going to be one of his assistant coaches. And, James Hams would talk about it. James Ham will be here a little bit later on today, 3:00. Part of Mike Brown creating his own coaching tree.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to sit up here and act like I know what he's going to do in Sacramento and the impact that he has. All I can do is the things that I've seen about him. I'm intrigued, and I'm hoping for the best.
Jill says that with the Warriors, he was the two-way development coach, then promoted to player development, and he starred in the video room. So,
All right.
So that so we got Luke, Jordy, and Jay Triano, right? And then
Jordy and Jay sounds like a group.
Luke, Jordy, and Jay. How does Doug fit in there? There's a rumor.
Jay and Doug.
There's a rumor, allegedly, that Doug is a part of this coaching staff.
You find a way to make him fit in if Doug is around, man, because that's a good basketball mind you want around as well.
Great basketball mind. Josh Donaldson was suspended one game.
Well. Okay.
All right. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. Yeah. Jill says, so far the Kings have hired the offense, defense, and development, if you want to look at it that way. Offense is Jay Triano, right?
Okay.
And then, okay. Yeah, I'm with it. I like it. And obviously Mike Brown is a defensive guy as well. One thing that I do love, and we talked about this before, this isn't shade, disrespect. This isn't meant to be anything other than what it is. You had to move on from the guys that were here. We don't know yet if that includes Rico. Like if Doug is the one holdover, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a knock on Lindsay. That's not a knock on Rico or anyone else that was here. It was more like got what we could out of that. It didn't work. Doug's been a coach for like a year. You know, Lindsay was around here a little bit longer. Some of these other people were around here a little bit longer. Like Doug's been around. He's just been around a year. So if he can find a place on this staff and find his way as a coach, I think that's a plus for everybody involved. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more about the Kings. There is one thing that I want to get back to. I want to talk more about moving around from this fourth pick and why I think a young player can contribute. Do want to talk about this Josh Donaldson situation as well, and we'll do that when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I didn't really want to, but it's kind of unavoidable. I want to know now which one it is. Just what was it? Yeah, man, come on, man. No, it's not. No, it's not. Why are you fighting B-Ball again? The only way I'll even consider it being the right thing to do is if B-Ball comes to 168. Like at that point, you haven't done much of anything in 168 for a year plus, except fight some aging 40-year-old man in a trilogy that nobody asked for, that you already, like, it's a draw and you won. Why are we doing this again? No. What do you think about B-Ball coming down to 168? No, I want to see him fight at 168. Or drop the straps. Yeah, you won't be. 32, 33. That's the other thing. Charlo ain't even a dude, man. Charlo 160. Stop working around the Mexican monster. I said Benavidez. I said Bo. I said Charlo too. But Benavidez is the one I've been saying for probably the last year or so. 25. He ain't never going to fight a younger Benavidez. He's never fighting Benavidez. I feel confident saying that. He'll fight Charlo before he fights Benavidez. He'll never fight him. Huh? He ain't never fighting Benavidez.
Jesse, I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get you access to our YouTube page. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that would be managers can access the entire channel. Maybe this is it. Manage permissions. I have no freaking clue what my password is here, dude.
Slava Medvedenko was in the Ukraine fighting Russian troops armed with AK-47. Wow. There's this guy. I retweeted it, quote tweeted or whatever, but this clown, Alvin Cohen. He has a thread about grown men who wear jerseys to games needs to stop. It's like, settle down.
That's so dumb, man.
Settle down. I was in Roseville entirely too long and too much on this whole weekend.
Yeah, that's trash. Roseville is a wonderful place.
Man, I was in.
Oh, but it's cool to know that you was. It's cool to know that you was here and didn't even, you know.
Well, first of all, I was Placer County Fairgrounds. It's not necessarily where my partner be at. It's not that far though. But the killer was I think I wasn't in Rosewood all the time. I went to Granite Bay for
yeah, that's different.
6 or 7 year old, not a little older than that.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live.
No, I was just gonna finish. I was in Granite Bay, and I went to a gymnastics meet for little Delana. Congratulations, Delana. Did her thing. Little Cuzzo. Man, gymnastics, them things take forever. Bro.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
Forever. I wasn't prepared. Kevin Hart, I wasn't ready.
Mm-hmm.
I said, nah, man, come on, man. And they didn't have no reception on the phones. Nothing. It was in a bad reception area. I mean, them things take a long time.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Wasn't ready.
But I love that you're already getting a new nickname, Placer County Kenny. I'm with it.
Wow.
Wait till we get back in the studio and my man out here every day, Placer County Kenny.
Not my job.
I feel like us getting back into the studio is becoming like this. It's just going to become like a long running joke. It's going to be like 2023. You know, when we get back into the studio, Kings are going to be in the Western Conference Finals. Like, yo, it's going to be a movie when we get back into the studio.
It's going to be development at the rail yards.
Oh, my gosh.
That
MLS team is coming. That MLS team is coming.
What's the other thing they always talk about here in Sacramento? There's someone on the tip of my tongue. They've been talking about it since I was a kid.
Well, while you think about that, let me talk directly to Jesse because I think we've got the opportunity to talk to Fran McCaffrey, the head coach of Iowa basketball tomorrow. So Jesse, go on and book that. Let's make that happen. And we'll start talking to some of these guys who can cover these potential Sacramento Kings draft picks, these guys who may know them the best. We'll start getting them, you know, on the show with us here over the course of the next few weeks. So Jesse, go on and book that. We got you. We'll do that. Did you think of what you were trying to think of while Jesse is booking Fran McCaffrey to join us tomorrow at 12:45?
No, I can't think of it. You know, I just can't. I was driving back though, and I saw a lot of boats out of there at the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine.
We'll go there this summer. I've never been there.
It's gonna be like 100 tomorrow.
Yeah, guns are gonna be out on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh, bet. Oh, believe that. Yeah, but both. Ain't gotta be, ain't gotta be a one day thing. Like it can be both.
With me.
Oh,
That might be
not
too.
me.
I don't know. It's hot. It's hot. I love it. I'm
Tuesday and Wednesday are arm days. Believe that. Like get a little extra bicep curl, little extra tricep extension headed into the 100-degree temperatures, man. So we found out here Josh Donaldson, Yankees third baseman, has been suspended for 1 game for inappropriate comments made towards Tim Anderson. Tim Anderson told us in his post-game press conference or his post-game media availability, in which I also believe Josh Donaldson did not deny. In fact, I think he admitted to calling Robinson Jackie in reference to, of course, Jackie Robinson. And that was not taken very well by, anyone.
All right.
I'm surprised they suspended him. I just
I'm
didn't
really shocked by that.
I didn't think that was something that they would do. It's interesting. Now it's like, wow, I'm surprised they suspended him. One game, huh? Okay. All right. What do you make of all of this? This is baseball microaggressions at its finest.
Yeah, so when I read the story and read everything that was going on, Donaldson tried to play it off as if it was this inside joke, or there was a.
If it was an inside joke, Tim Anderson was not aware of it.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, you guys aren't cool.
Mm-hmm.
You guys aren't friends. There's no joke here. You're not cool. And for him to play that off that way, yeah, I wasn't feeling that. I wasn't feeling that at all. Like I said, it's not an inside joke. If you guys aren't cool, you guys aren't friends. What is there to be an inside joke about? We don't have that type of relationship. So
his quote was, by the way, I called him Jackie. He came out with an interview that said he's the new Jackie Robinson. We actually joked about that. I've said it to him in years past, not in any manner than just joking around. That was the exact quote.
Yeah, see, and if that's what he says happens, that's what he says will happen. I find it hard to believe, if they joked about it in years past, that all of a sudden Tim Anderson would take offense to it. I don't think that actually happened, personally, but that's just me guessing.
I guess the Yankees fans were joking too when their boos got especially louder when Tim Anderson came to the plate. But I'm sure that's just because he's on the opposing team and he's a good ball player. They just happened to get much louder when he came to the plate.
Right.
And I'm sure Albert Breer is looking for proof somewhere. So there's that, because I'm sure it's hard for Albert Breer to believe this happened. That's an old shot at Albert Breer for believing nothing is real unless it's caught on video.
The other thing about this too is, like I said, Donaldson's reaction. There was nothing. It was just a little too defiant for me, right? Like, I think in that situation, if I'm Donaldson, like, look, man, I thought it was, even if he really believed that, like, I thought it was a joke. I heard him reference himself that way in the past. I thought it was okay. Apparently it's not. I don't mean any disrespect. I don't mean, like, it wasn't nothing like that. It was just like, oh, well, joked about it in the past. I don't really see what the issue is. Like, he called himself that. Like, yeah, you didn't have no pure intent with that.
No, it's exactly what we referred to it as a moment ago, a microaggression. Again, surprised Major League Baseball suspended him for a game. I don't know what that accomplishes, if it accomplishes anything. I think it's pretty much the first time Rob Manfred has ever acted on something. So,
oh my gosh,
I guess
he decided to pay attention to baseball for once.
I can't remember if you brought this up during the commercial break or on the radio, but the grown men who wear jerseys to games. Did you? So I have the thread here.
This guy.
And well, no, that's not the interesting part of this to me. You quote tweeted it saying this thread is hot garbage. Our very own Olivia Christian just commented and said, I have some thoughts. Let's talk about it on Thursday. So I don't know who this gentleman is.
He could just be a random guy he found on Twitter.
He's a writer, podcaster, 20 years in Hollywood and still going.
Okay.
He says, dude, your playing days are over. I'm sorry. Truly, it's not easy. No fantasy camp or game tickets can bring it back, so you might as well get on with life. And part of life is growing up as an adult. Adults don't wear other adults' underwear, pants, or suits. So why would you worship another adult's playing jersey? Adults wouldn't. Be an adult. That was just reason number 1.
Alvin.
Reason number 2, you're giving your money away to a soulless corporation. The same one you whine about on sports radio. Thanks for the shout out, Alvin. The real thing is expensive. The NFL needs more money to what exactly? Refuse to give it to them. And I read it like that because he put a period after each word. So I wanted to make sure. That was reason number 2. Reason number 3. Some or most of you are going to do it anyway. So let's set some ground rules. I'm sorry. How long is this thread, bro?
Yeah, he's got.
Okay,
it's too long. It's too.
Yeah,
long.
this. It was funny at first, but like Jesus, this is like he really took this very seriously.
Too serious. This is more embarrassing than wearing a grown man's jersey. This thread.
He has been.
It don't. We don't even need that many tweets on this.
I'm doing it. He's been quote tweeted 4,496 times.
I'd like to hear the response on it. I feel like it would be a little closer to people agreeing with him than maybe we realize.
This thread is hot garbage. That was from Kenny Caraway. Yeah. First one I see, retweet to piss off an idiot, and it's my man in his Jason Tatum jersey. That's not Jesse right there. He's in his Jason Tatum jersey. Quote tweet here, you definitely got bullied by school athletes growing up. By far the dumbest thing I've seen on this app. Okay, Alvin. This is a weird one. Imagine being a grown-ass man named Alvin.
Why
I don't know. I don't know. God, everybody, I'm not taking advice from someone named Alvin. This is weird. This is honestly one of the worst takes I've ever seen. What are you supposed to wear to sports events? You're not. Someone took his picture. You're not even wearing a tie. This isn't casual Friday, Alvin. Have some decorum. Imagine being a grown man and typing out a manifesto on Twitter because you're overly concerned about what another person wears to a sporting event.
That's a great point.
Alvin, this ain't it, Chief. Go outside, touch grass. Oh, I can't read this one on the air, but it's 2 words, first word's 4 letters, second word's 3 letters. Someone's dad never bought them a jersey growing up. I'm just looking for just the funniest one, but there's 4,000 of these.
So to go,
I'm a grown woman. Can I wear my jersey?
You say?
I'm a grown woman. Can I wear my jersey?
Alvin, who I guess this has been blowing up for him. He's been taking his lumps for it. He replied to, I'm not going to go into that, but he replied to somebody who replied to his thread, and he said, I said what I said. It's still my opinion that wearing jerseys are silly. It was meant to be lighthearted, not combative. Some might find it funny. I did. It's a joke, and I meant it at the same time. Okay, sir.
You literally can't do anything according to Twitter. Exhibit number 72,626. That's true. If you listen to Twitter, you wouldn't be able to live your life. Someone quote tweeted, I don't know if this is a baseball game or a horse race, but it's a bunch of guys from like the 20s in like hats and suits and tuxedos. That's funny. Oh, Alvin.
Alvin,
wear what makes you okay. Here's the rule: wear what makes you happy. Just don't tuck it into your jeans. That's it. Just don't tuck it into your jeans.
Yeah. Well,
just rock it.
The jersey. Yeah.
The jersey. Yeah. The jersey. You don't need the bottom of Jason Tatum's number showing. Like, no, just leave the jersey out. Rock it. Be good. Don't show off your braided belt either. That's another rule. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Did you rock a braided belt that was too long? That was way too big for you?
I'm trying to think.
I think that's roughly in the same era of crisscross. I think. Might be a little later.
I don't think
Might
so.
be a little later. Candace Parker became the oldest player in WNBA history to get a triple-double. She's 36 years old. I can't believe Candace Parker's 36 years old.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's crazy that she's that old.
She's only the third. She's only the third player in WNBA history to have multiple triple-doubles. Her teammate, Courtney Vandersloot, she has 2. Cheryl Swoops has 2, and Candace Parker has 2. Triple doubles are a bit of a rarity in the WNBA.
I wonder why that is. Like, what is it that they?
I don't know. I remember being at a game in Connecticut where Tina Charles was like knocking on the door of one, and I remember the assist because it went. I remember it vividly. It was a kick out to Kara in the corner. Kara hit the shot. That was her 10th assist. She knew she had it. That was a triple double. Turns out the good people in Connecticut got a little bit liberal with what an assist was.
Oh no!
And it turns out she was like 3 assists short.
Oh my gosh!
We were like, okay.
I thought you were going to say 1.
No, it was a couple. Like like I think they gave her one just wasn't an assist. It was probably just a bet. The other 2 may have been like hockey assists. Like it touched another player's hands before it got to the basket, and they credited Tina Charles for it. So Tina lost her triple double that year.
Damn, Tina, you actually had 6 assists. What?
We're sorry about that, Tina.
Well,
I love the friendly scorekeeper though.
Yeah,
the friendly scorekeeper.
That's how they should all be. You know, you take your liberties where you can. If you're the home scorekeeper, if you're the home clock operator.
Well, how's this for a segue? I was in Connecticut, Tina Charles' rookie year, man, and she was a difference maker coming out of Connecticut. She changed the fortunes of the Connecticut Sun, man. The Connecticut Sun immediately became championship contenders. Of course, she was the number 1 overall pick in that draft. And, you know, you and I have had this conversation. We brought Matt George into it. I'm of the belief here with the Kings drafting at 4 that this pick doesn't need to be traded. Like we talk about trading back and established players, and I know James has been really big on this, and we'll talk to James in about an hour from now. But you know, acquiring this guy or a veteran or established or a guy who's good right out the gate. Like I feel like a rookie can be good out the gate, particularly a player drafted at 4. And that's, I think, where I'm getting hung up on is I might not be able to differentiate good versus starting. And I think that's why I'm getting so hung up on the Sacramento Kings drafting a player at 4 that can start for them, whether it's the Keegan Murray in the perfect position fit, or it's Shaden Sharp and I expect him to be better than Dante DiVincenzo, or it's, Jaden Ivey and I expect him also to be better than Dante DiVincenzo. Right. I'm of the belief that the Kings shouldn't move back, that they can pick. I mean, if we're talking moving back with 5 in that Detroit scenario, like, okay, I that's fine. But I think everything that the Kings are trying to accomplish this offseason can be accomplished by drafting at 4. Drafting right, but drafting at 4. I can't come up if there's a trade to be made for the Sacramento Kings in this 4th pick, it's a trade we don't know about yet. It's not a John Collins. It's not a Julius Randle. It's not a whatever name we may have bantered about back and forth a couple of times. That ain't the move here at number 4. Financially, it ain't the move. And I mean, I think long-term fit, it's not the move either.
I agree. Part of, and I know it's not necessarily like this, it's just the feel that I get. Part of the whole move back society, It kind of feels like you're making a move just to be making a move. You're almost outsmarting yourself. And I'd rather just make the pick. I'd rather keep the pick. And I feel like there's ways that you can improve your team mightily with making the pick, different trades, and free agency. You get an opportunity here to draft in the top 5. And that doesn't happen all the time. This is where you look for your game changers. This is where you look and hopefully get your franchise changers. We all know, I know, because I've argued it for the last 2 years on this show. It's not a guarantee. The superstars come from anywhere in the draft. They don't necessarily always come from the top 5. But you've tried it other ways, and now you got an opportunity to kind of swing for the fences and get the potential superstar, somebody that you think could be on your team for the next 10 years. I'm taking that opportunity. I'm taking that. And the other thing about it is, how do I want to phrase this? So moving back, I don't think anybody would really do that, especially if you're just giving up like a random NBA starter. So, for instance, some people say Kings, move back from 4 to, I'll just say 16 where Atlanta is, right? 4 to 16 where Atlanta is. And I think in that scenario, I think people are saying Rashawn Holmes, are not really saying Harrison Barnes. But for the sake of argument, do you think the Kings, if the roles were reversed, would the Kings be able to move up from 16 to 4 with some veteran in a pick swap?
No.
Like, people would be like, you're out of your mind.
No.
There's no way they would do that. But yet here we are.
I know that because we talked about it. Because didn't we talk about it? Because you came in. I think you had drool like down the side of your face. It was forming in a puddle. What are you talking about? I just watched that boy Shaden Sharp, and I don't know how can the Kings move up? And I can't recall. I think it ended with, well, we can't.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. Here we are.
Ready
to move back for.
I don't think there's anybody in there.
Keith Morris. I don't know.
Exactly.
This is what it feels like. That might have been a slight exaggeration, but not much.
I don't think there's anybody in the league who's moving out of 4 into, middle to late lottery for somebody that's not an all-star. And I know, like, there's no all-stars available. Well, then there's no trade available. Like, I'm not doing it. Once again, think about it in another sense. Would somebody that's in the top 4 trade out of 4 to the middle of the lottery just to acquire Harrison Barnes, who is kind of essentially the starter everybody's talking about? A good, solid, established starter who isn't an all-star, but he's 15 points a game consistently. Like, nobody's trading out of the top 5 to do that. Why would the Kings?
I don't know. I think the adage of we can't have nice things is true. And like, we got something nice. Like, the Kings shockingly moved up in the draft lottery.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that excitement was quelled almost immediately by the fact of everybody remembers what happened the last time they moved up in the draft lottery. So I think Kings fans have prepared themselves for this to go bad. They went bad the first time or the last time. It's certainly going to go bad this time. Like, what's the difference? Like, I try to keep up on some of these YouTube comments where people, chime in on the videos well after the show was over. And, someone jumped in last night with I think it was in a conversation that we were having with James Ham, and said, well, the Kings have, such a horrible history of drafting. They're going to blow this pick anyways. It's like, yeah, like, cool. What do you think about Monty McNair, though? Like, or maybe more specific, what do you think about Davion Mitchell or Tyrese Halliburton? Because if you like those two players, then you've got to like what Monty McNair has done. And this is the biggest pick Monty McNair has made as a general manager. And I think people are trying to protect themselves with it going bad again, or it's almost like, and I think we saw some comments like this last week where, oh man, I would just rather draft 7th. You can't really blow it at 7. Like maybe you miss, but a couple other teams would have missed too. You can blow it at 4. Like you can get it wrong at 4. You can't really mess up at 7.
Oh, poor Kings fans. We just
Scarred. I get it.
Just scarred.
Like the if nerve levels headed into late June were, last Monday at a 3, like whatever. The draft is a part. It's not the most important thing that they're doing this year. Now it's like an 8 because now all of this stuff that we've talked about what this team needs to accomplish next season, a lot of that hinges on what they do next month. Yeah. We've talked about free agents and how are they going to land this and how are they going to trade for this. Well, now you don't have to sign a free agent. Now you don't have to trade anyone or any of that. You can acquire a very, very strong piece of your team on your own because of some lottery luck. Yeah. And again, the anxious level is increased tenfold. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings, talk a little bit about the Warriors too, including that dunk, that player, and his future. That's coming up here. It's D'Lo and Casey continue on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Hey, my bad. Tell Big Al to hold on. Just hang on one more minute. We'll get him right out of the break.
Here we go. Jesse might not be. I don't think Jesse will be there that upset with this 13th round, though. I think it'll be all right. Well, kind of. All right, here we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches, Ryan and the whole crew doing what they do. And that boy, David Benavidez, a.k.a. the Mexican Monster. Well, he just scared the daylights out of somebody with that right and left hand on Saturday as he beat the brakes off David Lemieux in a third round TKO. Really could have been a first round stoppage. But a dominating performance, just like I said he was going to have, just like I said he was going to need to make a statement at 168, saying that he's that guy. An interesting thing came about with this win. He became the mandatory for Canelo Alvarez. I think it's for the WBC belt at the 168-pound division. We all know what time it is. We all know what it is. We even heard his promoter saying it after the fight, and I agree with him. Canelo Alvarez is never fighting David Benavidez. It just is what it is. Number one, it's a bad matchup for him. Now, I'm never going to be the one to say he's scared or whatever the case may be. But it's a bad matchup for him. I think he would lose. I think Canelo feels the same way. And really, the jig is kind of up with this whole he needs to fight somebody. Him and Charlo need to fight each other first. Look, man, Charlo's at 160, first of all. That's first and foremost. Number two, you got a guy that's your mandatory. And you running around talking about, oh, I'm chasing greatness and legacy. Yet it's looking like you're going to take a Triple G fight in September. What are we doing that for? It's a 168-pound guy that ain't got no hardware. You already beat him last time. What are we fighting him before? What would we fighting him again for? The jig is up at 168, Canelo. He don't want to fight David Benavidez. He's never going to fight David Benavidez. And that really is a sad thing for the sport because that would be a major, major fight if it were to ever go down. I just don't think we're seeing it. That's the 13th round. It ain't happening, Jesse. Canelo's 30. Like, Canelo's not young anymore. He ain't fighting him. he Ben wasn't going to fight mandatories. Charlo was his mandatory way back when. He left 160 to go fight Rocky Fielding. Ben wanted him to take on his mandatories. I'm just saying. Plus, another point that I didn't even make, you holding up the light heavyweight division. Bivol should be taking on better BF, but now he got to wait a whole year, to not mess up the Canelo bag. Huh? Hey, I'll watch it. And it'll be on the Zone. Nobody watching the Zone. You see your boy Oscar was up there throwing more shade. Oscar's a jackass.
Jesse, did you get that email? Okay. Yeah.
I don't think he'd smack Charlo. Oh.
James Ham coming up in just about 40 minutes or so. You want to be a part of the show? Many ways you can do it. 916-349-1320. That's the phone lines. Of course, you can jump in the chatty house on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. Welcome in our brother Big Al. Big Al, what's happening, man?
Hey, oi, guys! Just driving South Sac, going down to Costco. Hey, I know. I'm feeling your King's love here. Listen, have you ever done the last 12 years? Because I don't want to go back further than that. I heard a great piece, and I wanted to go do the research myself, of those in the top 5, like Casey talked about, top 5, that actually ended up turning into what everybody hoped for their teams. Either an all-star quality player. Mm-hmm. It's not that many. I was shocked to find out how few it really was in top 5. And then I think D-Lo, as you said, you could find, surprisingly, out of the first round, mid picks, later picks that end up turning those kind of guys. So, you'd rather have a 4 than a 14. That's just obvious.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And I don't remember. We did that once. Was it last draft? Yeah. You did it specifically where we were talking about, picks in the top of the draft.
Somewhere in my phone somewhere. But that, it's
in your notepad. You just got to scroll back.
I wrote it down, but then I took a picture. Here it is, actually. I took a picture and put it on my phone.
Oh, that's smart.
And I did, this was last season where it was, I took all the playoff teams from last year.
Okay.
And I was like, where did they get, their best players or whatever the case may be. And I don't know. I gotta go. This is on the fly, but this is what I did. All stars, because it was 20. I was wondering why, like, if I did playoff teams, why is there 24 teams? That's not gonna work. I did the all stars. Mm-hmm. So, out of all the all stars, 10 of them came from the top 5. 9 of them came from outside the top 5 and still in the lottery. Mm-hmm. And then another 3 from elsewhere. But that was one way of showing, like, just being in the lottery in general, you can still get an all-star player. You don't have to be a top 5 guy. And then I took the playoff teams and I said, how many of these playoff teams have a top 5 pick on their roster? Mm-hmm. And there was 6 of the 16 teams had a top 5 guy on the roster. Only 2 of them were homegrown. Like 2 of them were we drafted.
So we were talking about James Harden. I remember James had gotten traded to multiple different places. Yeah.
Yeah. So only 2 of them were homegrown. And then playoff teams with playoff teams with no top 5 picks on the roster. 7 of the 16 had no top 5 picks on the roster. So that shows, and I remember Utah had the best record in the game, and they had no top 5 picks on the roster. So I am a big believer and I'm a proponent. I've done my own little research about You can find good players anywhere.
Yeah.
And I think, and that's not to say that top 5 is like overrated and you're going to get a bust there or whatever, and you really get them in the middle of the draft. Not saying that. I'm just saying you got as good a chance in the top 5 as you do drafting at 7 historically. So either way, you got to get it right. 4 doesn't change your, doesn't like guarantee you anything. It just means you've got a bigger pick of the litter than you do at 7. Still got to get it right.
Ooh. Okay. Scotty Barnes, Patrick Williams, DeAndre Hunter, Jaren Jackson Jr., Josh Jackson, Dragon Bender, Kristaps Porzingis, Aaron Gordon, Cody Zeller, Deion Waiters, TT, Tyreek Evans, Russell Westbrook, Mike Conley, Chris Paul, Chris Bosh. Those are some names that have been drafted at number 4.
Wow.
Antonio Daniels, Antoine Jameson. Yeah, Eddie Curry. Oh, the great Eddie Curry.
Shout out to
I mean,
his Hoop Dreams like TV show that he had.
This is a hell of a, I mean, out the gate, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook really stand out. I mean, and to a certain degree, Mike Conley does too. Chris Bosh. Those players really, really stand out in this list. Antoine Jameson was really good too.
Antoine Jameson was really good.
Maybe not on the level of those guys, but
if the Kings drafted somebody at 4 that had the career of Antoine,
oh man,
we
100%.
We cooking.
Lamar Odom is in here too.
Wow, Lamar Odom.
This is just an interesting number. You could probably do this with all of them, but that's just an interesting. There's some interesting names here who have been drafted number 4.
Yeah, and the funny thing about it is, you got a Cody Zeller at 4.
Mm-hmm.
Cody Zeller played really well in college. Cody Zeller was really good in college. You know, we had all that college film on Cody Zeller.
Okay. See what you're doing here.
We had all that college film.
See what you're doing here.
You know, he was real good.
And I'm pretty sure Josh Jackson went to college too, didn't he?
It's Kansas. We had college film on him too.
916-349. Well,
film on
Josh,
Russell Westbrook, and that checked out.
Yeah, Kenny actually still wants Josh Jackson here next year, so we can just have multiple number 4 picks. No, that's fine.
Come on, man. I'm just saying. Like if it's a vet minimum or whatever, 2 way.
No, that's what it'll be. That's what it's going to be.
No, man. Like I wouldn't not talk to Josh Jackson. I wouldn't talk to his agent and be like, you know, what you guys thinking? Like, where you at? You know, I'd have a conversation.
All right. Kenny's here to have conversations, as is Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's good, buddy?
Damon, Casey, I'm with you too. I'm here with I'll be the vice president of Josh Jackson, a fan club here. Got nothing to lose. I want them to keep Barnes, keep the pick. Don't draft Chet. I want those guys from two. There's like 5 guys. 2 guys from Arizona. Benedict of Coloco. He's a center. He's raw, but he's got a lot of ability.
Mm-hmm.
And one more thing. It also says something about your organization. This organization that they can have so many of these top 10 draft choices, and then they trade them away. Give up on them too much. Other than Bagley, let's try to hold on to our picks, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I hear you on that, Mitch. I hear you.
It's not just trading them away. They don't work out. I mean, Tyreek Evans won Rookie of the Year. I'll argue this till the day I die. He was a bust for the Kings. You draft a player that high that you don't sign to a second deal. That's a bust. Not a bust in his career. His career wasn't a bust.
Mm-hmm.
But for the Sacramento Kings, what did it get you? Didn't get you anything. It was a bust. He didn't even sign his second deal. If the rookie that you draft doesn't see a second deal, you missed on the pick.
I understand that train of thought. I think I agree. I think
I want to think more about it. I'll let you. You don't have to weigh in. You could think more about it. But no, I don't know what the argument is.
Yeah, I mean,
if you don't see the
thing with them, you didn't.
Well, I don't even want to put that on him. I don't even want to put the winning on him. But if you don't sign a second deal, what you had a player for 5 years and you didn't want them back, so it didn't work.
The winning does.
But no, sure, but I'm not gonna put. That's it. That's it. I'm not gonna put the blame on him for
about his tenure. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't mean it's his fault, but just during his tenure, you didn't get the W. Yeah, I guess so. It's a bust. Yeah. Yeah.
See, making you think. I got you. I had this is funny. I had an argument with Jason Ross about this one time. Jason doesn't get like worked up about anything. He was borderline furious with me over this. It's the most passionate I had ever heard him like counter a point I made. And I just found it humorous because I feel like I'm right. I was just like, yeah, you're arguing a point that you're wrong about. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on this conversation. Kings fans understandably nervous here about having the number 4 pick. We've got game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We'll talk a little bit about that. Of course, it didn't go the way that some of us wanted to in game 3. And I'll pose the question again here as we get ready to talk about it before James Ham joins us. Are we just not giving credit the credit that Miami deserves? Are we not giving them the credit that they deserve? I don't know what the story of last night's game was, but I know the lasting impression of last night's game is Andrew Wiggins' dunk on Luka Doncic. And Luka good-heartedly took it and laughed about it and said, I wish I had bunnies like that. But it was an exclamation point on a huge night from Andrew Wiggins, which is giving us the opportunity to pose the question again. What is Andrew Wiggins' future?
That's going to be interesting. Off the top of my head, I would think they would bring him back for the final year of his contract.
33.6.
Yeah. And I think they let him walk after that. And they would feel Kuminga and Moody would be ready to go. One thing that they could do is they could package Wiggins, Wiseman, somebody else. Like, I don't think it'll be Kuminga or Moody, but they got a lot of people on that roster. Somebody else, and try and go for a big fish.
I didn't know if you were going to say. I thought for sure you were going to just blurt out Bradley Beal.
Well, that's one
it's
of them.
It's a big fish. Yeah,
fish. I don't know where you play, but
doesn't matter. They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
If they always figure it out.
It always works out for them.
And they're going to be the first team in NBA history where like 7 guys make $38 million. Joe Lacob's going to be the first guy to pay a tax bill of $1 billion.
Man, and not even think twice. This is what we do.
Yeah.
It's all good. But I because of his play in these playoffs, particularly in these last 2 rounds, I mean, I think that's definitely grounds for him to come back next year, even on the last year of his deal, unless, like I said, they get a big fish. But we asked Matt the question about 4 for Wiggins. I don't think I'd do it just because of the hope and the upside of 4, but man, you want to talk about fit. You want to talk about needs here in Sacramento. Finding a way to get Andrew Wiggins, that would be.
Yeah, but it's
4, but if you can find it any other way.
But you'd also have to have some sort of extension too. Like you can't.
Yeah, especially if you trade the draft pick, which once again, I wouldn't do. But if you're trading even like a future pick or something like that, yeah.
So
an extension.
So Matt brought up something in that conversation earlier, which you can catch in the archives on our podcast feature on Apple, Odyssey, whatever, or on YouTube as well. He brought up something about Andrew Wiggins that I think is worth revisiting here, but I want to get to our man Curtis first. 916-349-1320. Curtis, what's happening, man?
Hey, how y'all doing?
We good, Curtis. What's on your mind, big dog?
Oh, what's on my mind? The pick has me scared to death.
I understand.
Because I just want to throw out some names of some people that we picked in the past. Spencer Hawes.
Oh man.
Burnett, Thomas Robinson, Jason Thompson, Ben McLemore. I don't think I need to go any further.
Nope, sure didn't. Could have stopped 5 names ago there, Curtis, but that's fine.
We could have had Steph Curry when we drafted Tyreek Evans. And the only thing that makes that even remotely worth it is that he was the Rookie of the Year.
No, that doesn't make it worth it at all.
Oh, well
No,
then.
not at all.
Did I make a bad statement?
Curtis,
Yeah,
I understand.
That's the only good thing that came from that. That's it.
Hey, man, I understand people's trepidation with the Kings draft picks. We appreciate you, Curtis. I understand it. I get it. But you just gotta be like, okay, this will be different.
Mm-hmm.
This will be different this year.
Yep.
You know, you talk about those picks. Monty McNair didn't make any of those picks.
No.
He drafted Tyrese Halliburton. He drafted Davion Mitchell. Two really good ball players.
Tyrese Halliburton, Hall of Famer.
Well, yeah, Tyrese, I mean, that's blue chipper right there.
That's blue. Indeed. If I was quicker with the buttons, I'd have it ready for you. No, it's
That's blue chipper right there.
right there. Tyrese Halliburton.
They might have to change that one. Be like, that's Hall of Famer right there.
Mm-hmm. Now I should have left the first line in it because he says that's going to be the man right there.
That's blue chipper right there.
That's how it should go.
By JR, by the way.
Great call. That Rocky Maivia kid turned out all right.
He was looking like a bust, and then
the organization was patient with him, allowed him to develop, and he became the biggest movie star in the world and one of the biggest draws in wrestling history. If that is not a model for the Kings to follow, my God, I don't know what is. But speaking of Tyrese, the Hall of Famer, with the Malcolm Brogdon rumor, bubbling out there somewhere that the Kings are one of the teams who've contacted the Pacers about Malcolm Brogdon. What's that look like? Because in my head, there's a situation where if you're Tyrese Halliburton, you're like, yo, give me Rashawn Holmes. I could throw the ball near the basket. Rashawn, that's good. And then in my head, I'm like, wait a minute. The Pacers are going to start Rashawn Holmes, Tyrese Halliburton, and Buddy Hield? Okay.
Did they not see how this?
I'm with it.
The Kings.
Hey, not my problem. And then, of course, it winds up with them on like a 15-5 start to the season.
They're going to be cooking. They're going to be this year's Phoenix Suns.
That's what they'll be.
Yeah.
Eastern Conference champions. But just like, what would another deal with the Pacers look like? Like, at what point are the Pacers like, how many Sacramento Kings are we going to start?
Malcolm Brogdon.
And then I'm trying to envision Ty repping for Rashawn. Like, yo, look how many times I just threw the ball at the rim and he caught it. Like, give me Rashawn Holmes.
Give me Rashawn.
He's like Mr. Indiana right now. He's doing raceways. He's doing all their social media stuff. Like, he's
that dude. He's that dude out there.
He's the man out there.
That's blue chipper right there.
He is the man out there.
He might even be reunited with Terrence Davis or something like that. If they had to put some cap filler in there. I like TD, man. TD,
I really don't want to.
Is the odd man out, but man,
I really don't want to lose Terrence Davis. I want to see him get a shot with this group. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I really want to see him play with this group.
I want to come up with something else that we talked about though, and I want to know now that we're all on the same wavelength here. want you to elaborate a little bit more on it. Jesse, I want you to elaborate more on it. I said, if the Kings draft somebody that can't start on night one, can they make the playoffs? I said yes. Both of you guys said, well, I don't know. Jesse said no for sure.
Jesse said no. I didn't answer. I think I just got the pouty face because I want the player to start. My concern with that is the player you're drafting at 4 can't start over Donte DiVincenzo. And that was kind of, look, man, Dante's good. And at least I think Dante's good. And this kind of goes to what I was going to ask about Andrew Wiggins that Matt George brought up as it pertains to Andrew Wiggins playing with the Golden State Warriors, playing in the ultimate universe of basketball right now. Like, they will make you look good and send you on your way if needed. I'm looking like Malcolm Brogdon. Oh yeah, Malcolm Brogdon started for a finals team. Okay, so what we're saying is Malcolm Brogdon started for the Milwaukee Bucks, a top-tier team in the Eastern Conference, a team that won the NBA championship. And so he's the caliber of player without Giannis Antetokounmpo and Drew Holiday and the rest of those guys there. And Chris Middleton. He's going to be equally as effective for the Sacramento Kings? I think that's where I'm stuck. I like Donte DiVincenzo. I want Donte DiVincenzo to be here, but I'm also like, I don't know who Donte DiVincenzo as the Sacramento King is. Now, whether it's Alvin Gentry's fault, which we've been led to believe that maybe it's not, or it's Monty McNair's fault. Some people have led us to believe that it was. We didn't get to really see it. We didn't get to really see what Donte DiVincenzo looked like last year with this team.
Right.
I don't know what he is as a Sacramento King.
Yeah,
I know what he was as a Milwaukee Buck, but I don't know what he was is as a Sacramento King.
And that's a fair point. And I always go back to if Donte, and you talk about NBA Finals with Malcolm Brogdon, it's a whole nother ball game than maybe what I'm talking about. If Donte DiVincenzo isn't good enough to be your starter at the 2 and you guys make the playoffs, then you have De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and Harrison Barnes. To me, that says more about those 3 players than Donte DiVincenzo. That should be enough to make the playoffs. Now, I know this isn't a perfect comparison, but you had a guy, you talking about starters. Everybody always want to say starters. New Orleans had Jackson Hayes starting this year, and they made the playoffs. Jackson Hayes is a good ball player.
Good ball player.
He's a good ball player. He's solid.
Jackson Hayes ain't bothering nobody.
But he's not an X factor. He's on around the same level as Donte DiVincenzo. And obviously Brandon Ingram is really good. Really, really good. And probably better than Fox right now. With Sabonis, some would say he's better than Valanciunas. CJ McCollum, Harrison Barnes. About the same. My whole point is they don't have all-stars up and down that starting lineup. Herb Jones is a guy that plays a role, and does really good. He's a really good rookie.
He's really good. Yeah.
He's a really good rookie.
But he has a role.
Great job. But I mean, that's what I just keep saying. How much do you really need just to make the playoffs at the starting position? You got 3 established starters in the NBA already.
I understand. I think I'm looking at your question, and this is my fault. I think I'm looking at your question a little bit differently than you're presenting it. Because you're asking, can you make the playoffs if your 4th pick is coming off the bench? And in my head, I'm immediately thinking, so that 4th pick isn't better than Donte or Terrence Davis, and I'm getting hung up on that part rather than looking at the team in its totality. Your point's completely valid. Like you unfairly, in my opinion, diminished the Dallas Mavericks when this show started today. But that Dallas Mavericks, like you can look at the flaws in that Dallas Mavericks team. They can get hot at times, but there are flaws in that team. You know, the name that you like to bring up a lot in the Eastern Conference Finals, Gabe Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
Gabe Vincent was a Stockton king.
Yeah.
And now he's playing Kyle Lowry's back in the lineup, but was playing a pivotal role in Miami continuing their season.
Mm-hmm.
Playing that position, whether he was scoring 14 points, 17 points, or he was scoring 8, he wasn't screwing up at that position, which they desperately needed. So I get your point. I think I'm just hung up on the part of at this 4 pick with what we've seen about these guys. I feel like if you have the ability to add like a truly dynamic player, and if it's at that guard position, that guard should be able to jump Dante in this conversation. It means we probably lose Terrence, or perhaps we lose Dante. Maybe, you know, Dante's thing is I'm starting somewhere like that. I want to sign with a team that wants me. And I mean, I think if you're Monty McNair, you got to weigh that stuff too. Like if it's really that ill and Dante doesn't want to be here, you're going to catch heat for it.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to catch the same heat you caught for not matching the bogey deal. Let him leave.
Yeah.
We don't need, like, it's just not, this just isn't that franchise. I think he can really, really help the Kings. But if you don't want to be here, let him go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let him go. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. I want to ask you one more question about Andrew Wiggins before we leave that completely behind, and I want to talk about the Eastern Conference Finals as well, as the Boston Celtics got some good news a few moments ago, and then we'll talk to James Ham at the top of the hour. That's all coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
The Shams hit me up. There you go.
See?
I'll be right back.
See? Robert Williams. Robert Williams is back. John, do you know how many of these rumors that float out there aren't from trustworthy sources? Like, they're out there in the NBA universe, man. It's nothing. And trust me, the fit makes perfect sense. You just gotta weed a couple of guys out. Why don't the Kings just move Terrence Davis? Well, because Terrence Davis can shoot, Leezy. I think that's why. And like if the Kings draft Sharp, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think we lose Terrence Davis, and that winds up being the case. Because you know what it really boils down to. I think Dante. And I do think a little bit of this kind of sits on the shoulders of Dante DiVincenzo too. I think he'd be a great player for Mike Brown. That's important. It feels like, you know, if you're drafting a guy, especially someone as young as Shaedon Sharpe, if that's the direction you're going, like the thing that might hit them last is defense. Okay, let them do that on their own. Now I got, this is like edge versus like test. This is just, that's not test. That's Billy Gunn. We got 2 days left. Man, what was Billy looking crazy? I don't remember this era of Billy Gunn. Oh, is that what this is? Oh, this is the one Billy Gunn. Oh, the forgotten era of the one Billy Gunn. Oh man. I like you're thinking about Billy and Chuck. That's who you're thinking about. Billy and Chuck. Rico. Yep. Rico was an American Gladiator. And there's Christian before his haircut. Oh, this is right when Christian turned heel on Edge, broke up his King of the Ring trophy. Yeah, the one Billy Gunn, man, that is rough. That is rough. Teddy Long is the referee. Man, what year? Oh, this is 2001. I think this is like on the verge of the invasion era. I agree with you, Lizzie. Yeah, I think Mike Brown will get a lot out of Dante DiVincenzo, and he can make up for whatever shortcomings the draft pick might have on defense. Whatever shortcomings the draft pick might have on defense. Why, man? Well, Weezy, what do you want us to do for the next month? What do you want? You want us to sit here quiet? You want us to sit here and be quiet until the June show? We can talk about it, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it. The 90s sitcom theme song mashup with that song. Miss me with that one a little bit. Davion TD Dante, I'll prove they can guard small forward. Honestly, man, I forgot what Terrence looks like on the floor. Tilo, you watching? So that's not what I'm watching. It's a Raw, but DDP showed up. One of these episodes that's been on during the show is when DDP showed up as his stalker. James Ham said to join us at the top of the hour. You want to be a part of the show? Many ways you could do it. Chatty House is a great way to take part in the conversation. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. If you're a Facebook user, go like ESPN1320 on Facebook, and you can watch us on Facebook Live as well. It's Stephen with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Do want to chime in on the Eastern Conference Finals Game 4 tonight before James joins us, but I want to close out our conversation about Andrew Wiggins here for a minute, and we can certainly bring it back when James joins us. But Matt kind of mentioned this when you brought up Andrew Wiggins earlier, and how much of what we're seeing, like, are we seeing? Maybe this is a bit unfair of a word or a bit of a strong word. Are we seeing a resurrection of Andrew Wiggins' playing career, or are we witnessing Andrew Wiggins benefit from playing with a dynasty from one of the greatest teams that we've ever seen?
To me, it's a little bit of both. I mean, Andrew Wiggins has gotten in a situation that fits not only his skill set and what he brings to the table, but also his personality and his mentality perfectly. Golden State never asked him to do any more than, I don't want to say what he's capable of, but maybe what he's comfortable with. He's almost always, now that Clay's back and Jordan Poole, probably the third or fourth, I don't want to say best player, but scoring wise, like, he can have an 11-point game and everything will be all right. Just go out there and work hard and play defense. He can have times where, like yesterday, he's balling out. He's got 20 plus because he has that type of ability and that type of skill. But not having to do that every single night in and night out, and like have your average be 20, and sometimes they need 30, 35 from you. I don't think that's the type of personality he has. He floats in and out just a little too much. And being in Golden State, along with what they do as a franchise and how great they are as a franchise, the structure allows him to float in and out the way he's comfortable.
Mm-hmm. And how do you decipher who is Andrew Wiggins without Steph and Clay out there, or with Draymond out there, or with Steve Kerr on the sideline, or this structure? Like, how do you decipher that, whether, no matter what the Warriors do this offseason or prior to the trade deadline in next February, a team's going to want to make a decision on Andrew Wiggins. And we've, even with Golden State, we've seen the ups and the downs with him, but he, Kenny Caraway, man, when he hits, it's tantalizing. It's hard to not get wrapped because I think part of it is, one, there are moments like last night where you see that's everything he was supposed to be his entire career. And you're reminded, like, yo, this kid is always, there's always been something there that makes him special. And whether it's coaching, teammates, structure, confidence, anything, like he is been able to pull all of that out of himself at Golden State. It's just when he puts on a Kings uniform or a Thunder uniform or a Rockets uniform, is he still that same guy? Is he the guy that we saw last night? Is that who Andrew Wiggins is now?
There's part of me that thinks that maybe, this was a growing experience for him. And
being in Golden State.
Yeah, he learned some things being in Golden State that, he just really wasn't aware of before. And he can take that on to the next place he goes to. I think
like LeBron, he went to college.
He went to college.
He went to college like LeBron did.
But with Golden State, the culture is part of it, but the culture is Steph Curry. And if Steph Curry isn't as talented as he is, if he isn't as accepting of a leader and a superstar as he is, none of it works. Bob Myers, all these other guys, Steve Kerr, they can be as great as they want to be. If Steph Curry had the mentality of James Harden, you know what I mean? Like it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
Steph, in every sense of the word, no disrespect to those guys that I just mentioned and the other teammates, but he is the straw that stirs the drink. He makes everything go on the court. He makes everything go in the locker room. He makes everything go off the court. And I think Wiggins came in, hey, don't worry about it, big fella. Those days of having to score 25 a night, that's so you don't have to. If you want to, you can. We're going to give you the rock. We're going to feed you, but don't feel the pressure to need to do that. I got this. Clay got this. Now we got this young kid, Jordan Poole. They get to the playoffs, and now we got Jordan. Jordan's doing all that. Now you really just need to kind of get in where you fit in, play some good defense.
Be great. That's it. Yep.
And excel in your role. And if you do that, we're going to be world champions.
Well, here's your hot take of the Monday. You just laid Steph's roll out beautifully. That doesn't change in the NBA Finals. But based on the different things that Andrew Wiggins can do, he could be the difference between them winning or losing the NBA Finals. Because when you look at these two matchups, be it Boston or Miami, man, you're going to have to be physical with both of those teams. No matter which one it is, you're going to have to be physical.
Yeah.
If you're playing Boston, no matter what team you're playing, you're going to have scoring threats. I think you have more in Boston, but you're going to have scoring threats no matter. That's where Andrew Wiggins can come into play. When Andrew Wiggins comes into play like that, now you've got Draymond Green doing those things that Draymond Green can do very well, and that's pestering everyone else on the floor.
Right.
And if the Warriors zero in on a guy on the floor that they don't think can score, Draymond will just stay away from him, and he'll float around the entire court. And if you've got Andrew Wiggins who can be a top-notch defender, man, he maybe not the difference in them winning, but he could be a major, major reason why this team wins another NBA championship.
If they
based
go
solely on what he does on the defensive end.
If they go up against Miami, man, that could be a problem for Miami because really Wiggins only has to worry about Jimmy Butler the way he only has to worry about Luka right now. And Luka has put up big numbers in this series with the Warriors. He was really killing it in the first half of game 2. That's when I really felt his impact and felt the force of Luka. But other than that, I'm not sneezing on 40 points last night. Like, he did his thing, but he has to work so hard. He has to do so much to get that 40 because of Andrew Wiggins. it's not as impactful as
he was at the line a lot too.
Yeah.
Like he had to be aggressive to get those points. He had to get hit to get those points. Like you said, he got beat up to get that 40.
It's not an easy, smooth 40. You know what I mean? So, and that's not a knock on Luka. It's more of a testament to Wiggins, where you got a guy like Luka, he's going to score. He's going to get his buckets. That's just what he does in his sleep. You just got to make him work. And Wiggins, with the job he's doing, is the definition of just make him work for it. He's going to get it. Just make it work for him. Make him work for it. And
it's like Jalen's 40 the other night. I feel like Jalen got his ass kicked to get that 40.
Man.
And that was them trying to, I mean, and I guess there's something to be said for that. This is two teams that are fighting for their life, right? Yep. Like Dallas knows they need to win that game to even remotely stay in the conversation. Jalen and the Celtics, they were trying to pull that comeback off, and it just Tatum wasn't the guy that day. So Jalen was carrying the scoring load, and I think a lot like Luka, he was at the foul line a lot. I don't think he was there as much as Luka, but he was getting beat up in the same way to get to that 40.
Yeah. So to your point, though, I mean, Andrew Wiggins absolutely could be the X factor in whether or not the Warriors win another championship or not. And I was saying all that to say Miami is really Jimmy on the perimeter, and that's it. Boston might be a little tougher because you got to decide, is he going to be guarding Tatum or Brown? And if one starts cooking and all this other stuff, you know, how is he going to go about things? But I still think
Miami.
I think both matchups will be really competitive and good because Miami
got them Dallas vibes though, but Miami got them.
They travel. See, Dallas travels or doesn't with their 3-point shot. Miami travels with toughness and defense. That's gonna go anywhere.
But that's true. But you still got to. And Tyler Hero's not playing tonight. You got to get those contributions from Tyler Hero. You've got to get that. You know what you're gonna get from Jimmy. I mean, pretty much, you know what you're going to get from Jimmy. You've got to get against Golden State. You've got to get a big scorer coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, you have no Tyler Hero. That's a problem. Kyle Lowry, I think if he plays, he's going to give you your scoring. Bam, you don't know. Like Bam will give you in game 2, and then he'll give you what you give you in game 3.
Yeah,
you don't know what you're getting from Bam.
Yeah.
You're not getting, like, I think game 2 was a bit dramatic. Like I don't see too many of those games happening, but
game 3 might have been a bit dramatic too. Like
I got to look at Bam as somewhere it's like a 17-point per game guy.
That's the player though that when I was asking you about Orlando Dwight, when I was that's what we saw from Bam Adebayo in game 3. That's what I envision in my head from Bam. Right. That's what he feels so capable of doing that on a regular, and we'll see if he's able to do it tonight with Robert Williams back in the lineup. He's good to go for the Boston Celtics. Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Miami has outscored Boston in 2 of the 12 quarters played. Just 2 of the 12 quarters played.
That's crazy.
And they have beaten the crap out of the Boston Celtics in those quarters. You're listening to D1 KC. You're listening to ESPN 1320 on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge.
Oh, it's live, Hal.
As we welcome in the 1320 Kings insider, creator of the Kings Beat, our good, close, longtime personal friend, James Ham. What's happening?
It's Hammer time.
What's going on? Hopefully my audio is better this time.
I'm sure it is nothing short of magnificent. You and Brendan and the crew over there at the Kings Beat, y'all got us thinking a little bit here, and I want you to elaborate on this a little bit because it was in a recent edition of the podcast. It was in Sunday Musings as well. If you're not a subscriber to the Kings Beat newsletter, shame on you. Go to thekingsbeat.com. There's been so much talk about trading back, trading out. You guys explored trading up. Lay that out for this a little bit, because quite honestly, James, Kenny, and I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I don't see it. Don't see it, James. Come on, talk to us, baby.
Yeah, look, I think it's an interesting idea. Like, we talked about it on the podcast, and I thought Brendan Nunes had just an absolutely brilliant take on it. It's that, like, when are the Kings ever going to be this high in the draft again? I mean, it could happen next year, but the hope is, the dream is that you're going to push forward and potentially be a playoff team this coming season. And if that's the case, then you fall out of the lottery. Even if you barely miss, you're still looking at like an 11, 12 pick. Getting up to number 4 is, it could be a long time before the Kings are number 4 again if things go right. And things don't ever go right, so I guess we probably shouldn't think of it that way. But it's easier to move from 4 to 2 than it is to move from 7 to 2 or from 12 to 2. It just is. It's a much smaller jump. And while we don't know exactly who and what could possibly be available, there are rumors that Oklahoma City is not enamored with Chet Holmgren. There are rumors that Orlando has sort of locked in on Jabari Smith Jr. with the number 1 pick. And so if there's a way for you to go from number 4 to number 2, get one of the 2 best players in this year's draft, which, could be franchise changing and could fit perfectly next to Domantas Sabonis, then I think you got to kick the tires. Because again, if you take, let's just go back to the Luka trade, right? So it was 2018, and Dallas jumped from number 5 to number 3, and it cost them a top 5 protected pick in the next year's draft. And because you're getting a draft pick back in a trade, the Stepien rule doesn't come into play. So you can actually trade back-to-back picks because you're actually choosing in the first draft. And so, look, if the Kings could trade a lottery protected, a top 5 protected pick or a top 8 protected pick in next year's draft and come away with one of the best 2 players in this draft, if they think that those players at the top are all-star or star-level potential players, then it kind of makes sense. And there are some rumors. There were some things floated out there. My old boss at ESPN, Henry Abbott, put it out there that he had heard rumors that the Kings were looking potentially to move up and that OKC was potentially looking to move down. And maybe there is a marriage here. I'm not sure if that's the case. There's a long time between now and June 23rd when the draft takes place. But it's at least intriguing because I don't think anyone thinks that the number 4 pick, whether it's Shaedon Sharpe or it's Ivy, I don't think anyone thinks that pick is what puts you over the top and puts you in the playoffs this year. And I think if you move up into the top 2, one of those 2 players has the potential to maybe be a game changer even in year 1 and provide enough to help you move forward. And then 2 years from now, we're going to really see who that player is. And it's possible the number 4 pick in this year's draft could be better than the number 2 pick in this year's draft 5 years from now. But immediate help, I think Holmgren and Smith are both safer picks than Ivy or Sharpe. So it's intriguing, at least to say the least. And I think it's something, the Kings should explore every option. They should explore staying at number 4. They should explore trading down, trading out. And realistically, they should even look at trading up. And if the right thing is there, the right move is there, and it makes sense for your franchise, go for it. Shoot for the moon.
I'm all for it if they can get it done. I don't think they can get it done, but I'm all for it if they can. But say, we're having these discussions and it's a real thing. What do you think that price is for, let's just say Oklahoma City for sake of argument, trying to get to number 2? What is that price in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think that price is next year's first round pick, but it's lottery protected, or I'm going to say top 5. You could try to talk them into top 8, but I'm going to say top 5 protected. But here's kind of the rub. If it's top 5 protected, that stops, if you're the worst team in the league, the worst place you could be is number 5, right? We already know that. The top 4 picks get 4 teams move up in the lottery and you fall back to number 5. But the way it worked out for Atlanta, and I think the way that the Kings would hope that it would work out, is that Dallas gave up that pick to move up to draft Luka. Well, it ended up being the 10th pick in the next year's draft, where they took Cam Reddish. So if you're good,
all roads always lead back to Cam Reddish.
Yeah. So the point is, though, that like if you're good, if this is the franchise-altering move that you need, then what it does is it really does set you up to it buffers how badly this next year's draft pick hurts, right? So there's a big difference between giving up the 12th pick in the draft and giving up the 6th pick in the draft. And so if you're a team that somehow makes the playoffs next year, then you're looking at like the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, 18th pick, right around there. And to me, that makes sense. Like, would you trade the 4th pick and the 16th pick in this year's draft for a franchise-altering player? Absolutely, yes. So, but the problem is there's risk. And if the player doesn't work out or something bad happens in your season and you blow it again, now you're looking at like losing a lottery pick, and it could hurt. So there is a gamble here. But I also think what a move like this would do, it doesn't stop you from making multiple moves after that. So you could trade your 2025 pick. You can trade all of the other assets that you have that you're trying to manipulate to go get better players. You still have all of those options, and you just don't have a first-round pick next year.
Do you use game changer as a term potentially for the 1 and 2 pick or the 1st or 2nd pick? We have had at this point now a day-long discussion on what exactly the expectation should be for the number 4 pick. The Kings select at 4, and it can be for Sharp or for Ivy, or it could be for whoever your favorite player is at number 4. Do you think that player should be starting day one, or do you expect that player to be starting game number 1?
I don't think that there's an expectation, because the Kings have never put that expectation. I mean, Marvin Bagley didn't start any games as rookie
I always thought
season.
that was Dave Yeager that did that.
Yeah, there was a bit of a fight behind the scenes with that, but I mean, certainly the Bagleys wanted him to start. But
Shocker.
De'Aaron Fox didn't start as a rookie initially.
Right. That's what made me think it was a Dave Yeager thing.
Yeah, Davion Mitchell didn't start, and not until the end of the year. So,
Tyrese
didn't start.
Tyrese didn't start. So no, I don't think you have to. I don't think you really do have to start this player. And like, look, there's a big difference. Like, if you are one of the top 2 picks, those 2 guys are starting. They're starting for like any of the lottery teams. They're starting day 1. It doesn't matter. I mean, like, those guys have a ton of potential, but they also, their skill sets translate very quickly to the NBA. The skill sets of some of the other players, maybe not so much. Like, I like Shaedon Sharp. I like Jaden Ivey. I think both of those guys have really, really nice potential, but they're 2 years away. I mean, Shaedon Sharp hasn't played in a year. He didn't play a game in college. So, I mean, all of these things are gambles, and, we're talking about risk management with every single one of these picks. But if I'm the Kings, I'm kicking the tires on every single option, because, again, if you think that Chet Holmgren is the perfect fit long-term next to Domantas Sabonis, a 7'1", like, he's a string bean for sure. I mean, he doesn't weigh 200 pounds, but the fact that he was just an incredible shot blocker, and not just a shot blocker, an incredible defender. He was spectacular as a defender. Most people believe he'll be the best defender in this draft, bar none. And then on top of that, he's got all kinds of offensive game that they just didn't let him use at Gonzaga. And so I'm intrigued by him. He's a 7'1" guy, or a 7-footer that can handle the ball like a guard, can move up and down the court like crazy. And there's a hope that he'll be a, high 30s, low 40s 3-point shooter for his career. I mean, this guy has like the complete package. He, a little bit like a Porzingis, but with much better ball handling skills, much more fluidity through the hips, and a defensive mindset. And so there is a potential that he could be great. We just don't know. There are some unknowns. He is like, I don't know what he weighs, $195, if that.
That's what's listed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But $195, and he blocked everybody and held his own against everybody at the college level. Maybe that's not the case at the pro level, but I still think he's an interesting.
You
prospect.
have him at a 4? Do you have him at a 4?
Yeah, I'd put him at the 4. Yeah. I mean, he can move like a 4, and he can defend the perimeter like a 4. So, I mean, that's where you're really looking. The one thing he's got to do is he got to space the floor. But, Sabonis could take care of that as well if he starts getting back to his three-point shooting and kind of, can check that box, space the floor.
The crazy thing about Chet, for me personally, and I feel like Damian might be in this situation as well, is I look at Chet, I don't think he does anything bad. Like there's not much. I'm not even concerned about the weight thing in the NBA. Like I think he'll be fine. Like he'll be fine. I'm not even concerned about that. I just don't look at him the way everybody else does. As like a sure thing. Like, this guy is possible all-star. Like I don't see him like that. I see him as a good NBA player, but like we said, I'm just not seeing it. That's all it is. It happens from time to time. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, like I said, I don't think he's bad at all. Like if the Kings found a way to get to Chet, I'd be just as intrigued as anybody else. But I guess the difference is I don't see him as a guy that you trade up for.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's so incredibly intriguing. I mean, he can be a 3-level scorer at 7 foot something. And, it doesn't take that long. Go back to last year's draft and Evan Mobley. Like, he doesn't weigh that much less than Evan Mobley.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Evan Mobley's game, but, I mean, most people believe that, Chet has the same type of potential and maybe even more on the offensive end. He's got a lot more wiggle in him. He's got a much better handle and stuff like that. So, yeah, and he's they think he'll translate to a really high level passer. I don't know. I mean, he's a scary prospect because he's one of those unicorn guys. There's no one to compare him to truly. We want to make these comparisons, but none of them really match up. And his body style and everything else is just so incredibly different. So,
I laugh every time you say a player has wiggle in them.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I just very much enjoy that part of your analysis.
Yeah, it's about swiveling the hips, right?
Got to swivel the hips.
Yeah, if the guy can actually move, if you watch a guy and he's just so blocky through the hips, you got to have a little bit of wiggle. You've got to be able to move, and I think Chet can. And like, look, if you can go back and watch Chet, you want to watch Shaedon Sharpe high school mixtapes, go back and watch Chet. Chet's been known for, like 6 years.
Yeah, Chet go crazy in high school.
Yeah, everybody knows who that guy is, and he can do a whole lot more than everything that we saw at Gonzaga. The one thing I have heard is if you're gonna really focus on him, and you need to get him involved really, really early, and let him do his thing early on. Because if not, he has a tendency to fade a little bit. You got to keep him engaged. So that's something that, it's a young player issue, but, I guess people could say, do the Kings have the development staff to bring this kid along the right way? And I'm not sure if they do yet. They certainly are building one for sure. But you also, if you bring him in, you need to bring in a big man coach and have him work with him, and then get him in the gym. And, you're only going to be able to bulk him up so much. He's not a player who's going to add 40 pounds, 50 pounds throughout his career and all of a sudden be the guy that you're hoping, the 250-pound center. I just don't think that that's possible. You might be able to add 15 pounds to him over the course of a few years and make him stronger, but he's wiry and he's just got a really unique body.
Yeah. You guys had an idea. So sorry, Casey. You guys had an idea for a big man coach, didn't you, on the Kings beat?
Oh, I can't remember.
Did I imagine that? Did somebody mention Hakeem Olajuwon?
Oh, yeah. Someone had asked if they could get Hakeem Olajuwon to work with Sabonis. And Hakeem has worked with a lot of players. I think people they don't know that Hakeem actually does do like private individual workouts with players. So Hassan Whiteside went to him one summer, I remember, and really like focused on a bunch of moves. And then we were laughing because Hassan Whiteside came back and after he worked with Hakeem, he went and did a bunch more work with a trainer. And he had this post move that was like 4 or 5 steps, and just every single time it was a travel. And then he was confused, like, it's not a travel. It's like, yeah, that's a travel, man. You're traveling every single time. And so then they had to break him of the habit of doing this post move, which was a whole new adventure for the Kings. But I think it was short lived because then he hurt his knee like 5 minutes into training camp. And
Hassan Whiteside is the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh yeah, like the stories we have. I mean, I've told a few on the off the record with the Kings Beat virtual happy hour, which we have part 6 coming up on Thursday with legendary Kings announcer Gary Gerald. Yeah,
G-Man, you talk about a dude who has seen it all. Goodness gracious,
yes, he has.
Yeah, man.
My man can't. The thing that used to, or not even used to, the thing that amazes me, it's not like G-Man can get up and leave. It's not like he can be like, the hell with this. Like, I'm not watching the rest of this crap. Like, G-Man has to sit through all of it and be fully engaged.
You know, it's something about, like when I was young, the first A's game I ever went to, my uncle made us get up in the 7th inning and leave because we lived all the way up in the hills. So like a 3-hour drive, he's trying to beat traffic. And then the Tigers came back and scored like 7 on the A's, and they lost on the first game I ever went to. Like, I don't leave anything. Like, I can't imagine getting up in a movie theater and leaving. And I mean, I even watched like They Live with Roddy Piper in the movie theater.
Oh,
so, and I didn't get up and walk out. And that is,
I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Yeah, it's one of the worst movies in the history of
cinematography.
It's fantastic. And the day we watched it, something happened with the projectors, so everything was stretched, so all of their heads were super long. I still sat through that whole thing, and I sit through every Kings game just going, all right, well, at least I've got more time to write here at the end. So I do feel for Gary, who's watched some of the worst basketball. You know, he doesn't need Tyrese Halliburton to remind him that there was a 48-point loss last year that was even worse. Yeah, he's got it all up in his head. He knows, he remembers them all.
I'll go take a walk. I remember that Toronto game, midway through the second quarter.
Oh.
Let me go explore Golden One Center for a little bit.
Did you kick a trash can?
I had a great night because I didn't watch much more of that game.
Yeah.
I said, let me go explore Golden One Center a little bit. Let me see what's going on around here. Just went walking around. Yeah.
You know anything about Luke Lauk?
I don't know. I don't know much about him. I've done a little bit of research on him, but he's another guy who's worked his way up through the film room, player development coach, stuff like that. So I think we're seeing a trend that a lot of the coaches from the Nigerian national team that Mike Brown coached are joining the team. So it's almost like he's getting the band back together from last summer. So even though it was a 2020 Olympics, but they were played in 2021, right? So
right,
yeah. So it really is just last year's Olympics.
Yeah.
So these guys were all together last year, working together, developing a team together, beating Team USA in a scrimmage. Like working with Chimezie Metu. So I think it's good that some of these guys have like really, really strong ties to each other. And of course, he was with Mike Brown in Golden State, so they have ties that bind there.
Freeport playing 42 minutes a game now. The coach is back.
Freeport, like, I'm cooking now, baby. Give me that rock.
Freeport out there like Kenny's Birdman gift, like just rubbing his hands together, knowing he about to cook this season. His boy Mike Brown with him.
Yeah.
So we'll just talk about the actual hires or reported hires right now. We got 3 guys on the bench. How many more spots do you think would be on Mike Brown's bench?
one or two for sure. Just straight up, if we're looking at just assistants, probably two. And then on top of that, we're talking about player development coaches and stuff like that.
It's the second row guys. Huh?
Yeah, we really don't have any idea outside of like the likelihood that Doug Christie is back. We don't know about Rico Hines. We don't know about Lindsay. We don't know about Stacey Ogman. Like there are a lot of questions. Jonah Hurst-Q. We don't know what's going to happen with any of those guys. They're all under contract for next season, from what I know. Like I don't even know, Bobby Jackson with the Stockton Kings. I think he'll be back, but there's nothing. The Kings are pretty mum on all this stuff right now. They're really focused on the draft. They've got a draft workout today, a draft workout tomorrow. Again, they're not letting media in for any of those. And it's probably second round pick type guys. And then they're going to spend Wednesday, Thursday, Friday down in Southern California at different pro days where you get to watch, the one on none, the ghost workouts, which are always entertaining.
Are the Kings, I think this is the impetus of all these discussions. Like the Kings are in super prime real estate here at the fourth pick, right? Like, because if you believe those three guys, Pavlicek, Bar, that they're going top three, like you can fall in love, have your pick of the draft if you're there at 4 where the Kings are. Or there's the off chance that maybe, and I think everyone assumes it would be like, it would be Sam Presti falls in love with someone like Shaedon Sharpe and sees this tremendous upside in Shaedon Sharpe. And suddenly one of the other guys falls out, most likely, like I don't think any of them are, but the likely one would probably be Paolo. And now all of a sudden you're at 4, you're in a position to land Paolo Banchero. This is like it's the fourth pick, and the Kings have been here before, but this is like the most valuable fourth pick I think they've had ever. And it feels even more valuable than, like, as stupid as it sounds, this feels more valuable than last year's 4th round pick, because there was this belief of, this guy's going 1, 2, 3. These are the top picks. And then all of a sudden here comes Scotty Barnes with an RKO out of nowhere. And Toronto's like, no, that's our guy. That's the rookie of the year right there.
Yeah. And Giddey moving up to 6. I think the top 3 were pretty set. Then after that, it got a little wild.
We had Franz and Scotty Barnes as Kings at various points through last year's mock draft process, and they never made it to him.
No, they weren't even, I guess Franz was
close.
was
close. Barnes wasn't.
No.
They should have took Franz.
Kings should have taken Franz Wagner. My favorite question.
Except for he went before them.
Right.
That doesn't matter, James.
Right.
That doesn't matter.
Of course.
They should have beat up Orlando to take their pick.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good point. It's something that I talked about last week too. I think that the Kings are at like the pivot spot in the draft, because even if you talk about the potential for OKC not wanting to draft Chet Holmgren at number 2 and having a little bit of wiggle room where they might want to trade down, they don't want to trade down. They want to trade down 1 or 2 spots. Like they want to stay in at the top of the draft where they're gambling for, looking for the next, big name that gets overlooked and develops and becomes a star. So, that number 2 pick, I don't think is available to everyone. It would probably be, maybe if it is available, it's available to number 3, number 4, number 5. I don't think they'd go deeper than that. And I do think that they like Ivy. They would just struggle to take him at number 2. But if you love the guy, you might as well draft him. I think that there's going to be some mixed messages sent out here, some smoke signals like what we've seen already, but
some lies is what you're saying. There's going to be some lies thrown out
some lies.
there.
Well,
is hot right now.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a lie that I know that Shaedon Sharpe worked out for the Kings and they were they had an interview with him and they went to his pre-draft workout? Is that a lie to say that they kicked the tires really hard on Shaedon Sharpe? No. But if someone at number 6 loves Shaedon Sharpe, now they're thinking, okay, well, maybe it's possible the Kings will draft him. Mm-hmm. So I think the number 4 spot, it's not just about, this being a 3 or a 4-man draft or a 5-man draft. It's about the fact that the 3 teams ahead of you are all tank teams, and they wanted to be in the top 3. Mm-hmm. And so they're not going to look to just flat out trade that. It leaves you at number 4 as legitimately the first pick that could be obtained. And that's substantial. And so I really do think that that's where the Kings' value is. And I talked about this, the fact that Detroit is a pick behind you and could fall in love with one of these guys and think they fit perfectly with Cade Cunningham. That's big too, because they have a couple of forwards that would look really nice in a Kings jersey. So yeah, I think you're in a good spot, and you just have to, do your due diligence and be open to all options.
Understandably. I will say this though, real quick, and I just want to say this, James. I'm going to have you elaborate your thoughts on this on the other side, because I know you got some thoughts on it. You want to make the pick of 4? Yeah, I'm with that. You want to move up and go get you somebody in that top 3? Yeah, I'm with that. This old talk about moving back and then moving back from the move back, I'm not interested, James. I'm not interested. All right. I haven't seen a scenario yet where I'm okay with the move back. And I know you've been the proponent of the move back, the possible move back. So I want to lay out, a little stronger why I don't want to. I'm not there yet. I'll put it to you like that. I want to say I don't want to. I'm just not there yet. And I want you to tell me, why I should be a little more open to it.
The Jeffersons are moving on up and the Hams are moving on back. We'll get James's thoughts on moving back in the draft and his thoughts on a couple of players that we've talked about here today when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I got sidetracked with this. See this Washington Post alert that says Russia has banned 1,000 Americans from entering the country, including President Biden and Vice President Harris. And somehow Morgan Freeman has made this list as well. Morgan Freeman is not allowed into Russia. And all I could think about was
Eddie Dufresne climbed through 400 yards of filth smelling. That's all I could think of.
No, all I could think of is we're not getting Brittany Griner back anytime soon.
I was just about to say, if you don't want Americans so bad,
she's going back. Brittany is going to be stuck over there for a terrifyingly long time.
Yeah. No, that's a tough one.
That's awful, man. Just fucking awful.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
It's terrible.
Yeah. That's a big slap to the face. How are you going to ban people? No one wants to go there right now anyways. Yeah. That seems really strange. So I'm hoping that there's some sort of prisoner exchange, but they pushed her court date back like another month. And even then she has no idea how long she's gonna be there. Like what kind of sentence she could possibly get. So
yeah. Awful. Oh man. Jesse, did you still not get that invite I sent you? Damn it.
So
damn it, pal.
One of these, where is that? Where is it at? Because James was talking about the 1-on-0 workout.
1-on-0.
Can't find it. But James was talking about the, legendary 1-on-0 workouts. And, everything that comes with those. And then somebody, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember. I thought I had it. But they say, oh, yeah, Marvin Bagley that's how we got Marvin Bagley, because of those 1-on-0 workouts. And actually, you got Marvin Bagley because he destroyed college basketball for a year. That's how you got Marvin Bagley. He was a beast at Duke.
He was a beast, but there was nothing they could do to hide him on the defensive end. They had to run some crazy zones the entire game just to hide him. Like, his defensive acumen was so low that, the starting point with him, I thought, in his final year here, he was okay defensively. He made some nice reads, but, his inability to recover is just, the lights were never on the defensive end.
No, but
So yeah, he was good.
That highlight film is crazy in college because that's what everybody telling me. The college highlight film. You don't have it from Shaden Sharp. You got it from Keegan, and what they did in college. You got to go with that. We went with that with Marvin. Marvin was a monster, dude. I thought it was. I was like, man, when he was at the PK 80, I was like, oh, he was putting up like 34 and 20. I was like, I'd love to have a dude like that.
Yeah. I mean, people forget, like, Kurt Thomas led the nation in scoring and rebounding 2 years in a row.
TCU, stand up.
Yeah, and I mean, he was a really solid pro, but, like, just because Keegan Murray averages 24 points a game at the college level, that doesn't mean he's going to average 24 points a game in the pros.
Once again, man, there's great players that had great highlights in college, too.
Yeah, what did Jimmer average?
I think he averaged like 50 a game.
Yeah, he was pretty good. What he did to Kawhi Leonard multiple times was just flat out filthy.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
coming back, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and of course here on 1320 AM. I don't know why this is, but inevitably at least once a day, Jimmer Fredette comes up in conversation. I don't know how, I don't know why, but at least once per day, Jimmer Fredette's name gets mentioned here on D-Lo and Casey.
He was so good in college.
Oh, yes.
That's how you got to evaluate your picks, and that's how you got to make your picks, because you have to go with who showed it to you in college.
my favorite Jimmer moment, I covered him at Edgewood at the celebrity golf tournament during the lockout. So he got drafted, and then the lockout happened like 4 days later. And we got to the 17th hole, and 17th hole is picturesque. It's right on the coastline of Lake Tahoe. And, he was playing with Tebow, so, like, Tebow couldn't hit a guy running down the beach with a pass, and Jimmer hit him like 50 yards out. And then a guy ran way out into the middle of the water and put his arms out, and Jimmer took a basketball and hit like a 50-footer and hit the dude right in the chest and made the basket. And then there were these three young ladies holding up a sign and said, "Jimmer, can we be your sister wives?" That was my favorite Jimmer moment. Was that moment. We have photos of that hiding somewhere. Big gigantic sign right there on the beach.
That's crazy.
Calling to Jimmer.
Now, I will say this. I always use that as the reference as to why you just can't be like, well, they did it in college, so that's why you got to go with them, because Jimmer was amazing in college.
He was the nicest guy ever, and his wife Whitney was absolutely spectacular. One of the best like player ladies we've had around, because she really did spend time and hung out with us and stuff. She was cool. Well, just a really good dude.
Well, the thing about it, James, is I know why he can't, because he's a tweener, doesn't really defend. I still don't know why he couldn't play in the NBA. Like, I think Jimmer is super skilled. Like, I think he's really good. His ability to score is NBA level easy. Like, he can shoot it, he can get his shot off, things of that nature. I was always a big Jimmer proponent, not like taking him with the pick, but just being in the league. Like, man, Jimmer can't be on somebody's roster right now. Like, that's crazy. It just never really worked, I guess.
Being around him, he's such like a quiet guy, and so incredibly respectful. With Jimmer, it really did come down to, I believe, like I wrote a piece one time, and I didn't compare him to Tebow, because a lot of people wanted to say he's like the basketball Tebow, and he wasn't, because Tebow was, like this big muscle-bound guy, and even like when we're at Edgewood, when he teed off, it sounded like someone shot a shotgun. I don't think I've ever heard a ball come off a face that loud ever. And but he reminded me not of that. He reminded me of Fernando Valenzuela for some reason. Fernando rode the wave of the crowd. Like he felt the vibe of the people, and it made him way better than he actually was. He rode the adrenaline, and that's what Jimmer was like. So when you were in the gym and Jimmer hit one, you could feel a little murmur. When he hit a second one, all of a sudden that murmur got a little louder, and you could see him like feeling the buildup. And I think that that's what made him great. And the fact that he tried to fit in at the pro level, he's not a fit in guy. You know, he's Jamal Crawford that doesn't care. Just go out there and shoot. Let it fly. Don't let anyone tell you no. Just go and do it. And then he got picked on the defensive end. I mean, like defensively, there's no way to hide him on the defensive end.
Do you want to defend yourself? Because it sounded like before the commercial break that Kenny hated you.
See, that's
I mean,
don't James.
That's
one rule of
that's what I heard.
One rule of advice here, is I teach you, this game. Don't listen to the media. They'll always turn your words, and turn them sideways and do whatever they want to do with them. The media is not your friend, James.
I heard I hate James Ham because he wants to trade back. That's what I heard. So if we want to clean that up, let's clean that up.
I said. I said I think I hate James Ham.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
I did not say definitively.
Kenny is adamant against the idea of trading back.
Let me run it back a little bit too. I'm just not there yet for some of the specifications that some people have, right? So if they're like, you could trade back from 4 to, I'll just throw in, I don't even know who's there. You can trade back from 4 to 12 and get you an established starter. And that'll be, I'm like, no, I'm not interested in that. I keep throwing the name out there. I'm not interested in John Salmons. And John Salmons is an established starter in this league. Be honest with you, James, I'm not interested in Harrison Barnes. Like, I'm not trading 4 for Harrison Barnes. I'll trade 4 for an all-star or somebody that maybe if they aren't a current all-star, they made one a year or two ago, may still have it in them. I'll do it for that, but I'm not interested in trading back for just an established starter. That's not good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a plus starter. It's got to be a near all-star. You said Harrison Barnes, but like Harrison Barnes or better, age 24, 25, 23, 24, 25, under contract for another 4 years. It's got to fit so many like very close boxes. That's one thing, but I think that there's a way, like I talked about this on one of the pods, there's a way to boom back multiple times. So if I'm sitting at 4 and we've got somebody it's Detroit sitting right behind you, and Detroit absolutely falls in love with somebody. Heck yeah, I'm taking Sadiq Bey to go from 4 to 5. That because to me, like this team isn't. People were asking on Twitter. They're asking questions earlier, and I said, like, look, this team isn't like 2 guys away or 1 guy away. This team is 4 people away, 3 people away from being in the playoff conversation. And so, like, if I can do that and I go from 4 to 5 and all of a sudden I'm sitting at 5 and, you might still have Shaedon Sharpe at number 5. There's a good chance you would. Like, and Jaden Ivey could go number 4. Then if I'm sitting at number 5 and, again, Washington calls and says I got the number 10 pick in Kyle Kuzma, I got to at least listen. Or if Atlanta calls and says, hey, let's work something out with John Collins and Kevin Huerter, and we'll take on Harrison Barnes and a bunch of expiring contracts, and we'll give you 16 and these guys and move up to number 5. Like, I think that there's a way to build this team in this draft. Like, you don't just have to build it by drafting one player. You don't have to build it by trading one time. I think you can do multiple things to build out the roster. And maybe I'm crazy, and maybe that's just impossible, but I'll tell you, like, all these teams were together in Chicago over the last week, and they're all talking trades. They all have an idea of what they can do. I mean, there's rumors there that the Kings have already made the move to number 2. Like, that's the rumor out there, that they already moved to number 2. So, these deals typically happen when everybody's in one place, like a month before the draft. There's no reason to wait until the last minute because you're not going to get something better. And again, we talked about OKC. If you're OKC, you know that like the Kings are notoriously bad. They have a vision to get into the playoffs, but they might not get into the playoffs. So would you take their pick a future first-round Kings pick, I'd value that as much or more than I would a Detroit Pistons pick at number 5. And so I really do think that there is a way for the Kings here to, move up, move back, move sideways, but it's got to be multiple moves because this team is not just one draft pick away or one trade the draft pick for John Collins. That's just not enough for this team to turn the corner. You have so much more work to do after that.
These are two such dramatically different lines of thinking because one is moving up in which you're possibly giving up other assets to get a player, obviously, that you believe is a game changer. The other, you're not far away from, I guess it's a game-changing category, like in the top 3. You're not that far away from it, but the other line of thinking is to trade back and build out the rest of the roster with like older players. Like, and it's so dramatically different. And I don't know that one is better or one is worse. My immediate fear with, trading back and even like in a John Collins conversation, I think this team already has accumulated a little bit more age than we realize. Yeah. And adding a young player to me, like a truly young 19 or 20-year-old, that doesn't feel like that big of a deal to me. Like De'Aaron is 6 years in the league now. Sabonis is 27. Harrison Barnes is 29. Like this isn't super team but young. Like these guys got some miles on them, and so I don't know that like making the team older is necessarily, I don't know what the right answer is, but that's my biggest apprehension to adding a so-called established player is one, I think with the rookie, Sacramento, I think, kind of has a clean slate with the rookie. With John Collins, it's like, it's Sacramento. I don't know if John Collins feels that way or not, but like John Collins comes here, his first 10 games, he's averaging 7 points per game. It's because it's Sacramento. It got me playing Mike Brown. What has Mike Brown done? He starts listening to King's Twitter. He starts following the baby giraffe, and all of a sudden everything's gone to hell. Now we've lost draft picks.
Now baby giraffe catching strays, John.
Well, no, but baby giraffe
deserves to catch strays.
Baby giraffe, my man Tim Maxwell is not the most. He's not the most cheerful follow on social media.
No, he's not.
So I think. See, this baby giraffe knows like it's the King's fault that I'm playing this way. He didn't like Mike Brown either. That's what I worry about. Like there are a lot of different things that I worry about with acquiring the established player versus just either taking someone there at 4 or doing what you wrote about this weekend, and it's taking the gamble of moving up.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're the Sacramento Kings, you have to explore everything, and if you can get back into this draft at like. What is it? Charlotte has 13 and 15, right? Atlanta has 16. If you can get back into this draft for a second time, I would consider it. Like there's some, like we keep having other teams find like the guy, right? Who's the combo forward for the Pelicans? Is it Herb Jones? Herb Jones, right? The Kings have to find Herb Jones in this draft. They don't have to find him at the top. They have to find him somewhere else. So, like, if you can give up Rashawn Holmes to the Charlotte Hornets, who liked Rashawn Holmes and need a starting center for the 15th pick or the 13th pick, and maybe you got to throw in the 47th or whatever the heck the Kings have, 49th, whatever. If you could do something like that, like you have to explore every single option to make this team better. And like what you said, my concern is this team doesn't have any young guys.
Yeah,
like truly, truly young guys. Like Neemias Queta is almost 23. Davion Mitchell is almost 24. De'Aaron Fox is 25. Dante DiVincenzo is 24. Where are your 20-year-olds, your 21s, your 22s? Like there's usually a bunch of young guys on a roster, and the fact that they wasted 2 second-round picks on Robert Woodard and Jemias Ramsey. That's bad asset management. Like, how did you botch those 2 picks? Mm-hmm. And like a lot of teams do, but I mean, it's second-round picks, but like this draft in particular, you can't botch those picks because you have this age gap moving away from young players. You need to have young players growing and building. Even guys like Chimezie Metu, Damian Jones, Chimezie Metu, 25, Damian Jones, 26, going on 27. Where is the young core of this team? The young core is the medium core. They're not a young core. They're like by NBA standards, they're second contract guys for the most part, or older rookies that you drafted like Kata or like Davion Mitchell. So yeah, I really do think that they have to figure out how to get that younger group built up as well. And it doesn't have to be at number 4 because that's such a dangerous pick. Like you need to get that pick right. That has to be a building block, the third pillar of your success. That's got to be your gigantic building block.
Well, imagine the pressure if you traded up to 2.
Well,
like
I mean, if
Kings
you're
fans got
Kings
fans got anxious when the Kings went from 7 or 8 to 4. Now, if you start leveraging future assets to get to 2, ooh, man,
well, look,
that's frightening.
If you draft,
you better be right.
I'll tell people, like, there's a lot of people that like Keegan Murray, and I like Keegan Murray as well. But for me, I've covered the draft for so long that I see Keegan Murray as a guy who goes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in the draft. Typically, that's where I would usually put him when I do mock drafts and when I do my draft study. I've watched enough footage of him. I can see that he's got some pluses, but also that he's got some minuses. And that's and it's part of it is because he's a junior. He's almost 22 years old. Like he's close to a finished product coming into the league, and his finished product coming into the league probably won't translate straight across. So there's like, if the Kings were to make a pick at number 4, because the guy's almost 22 and can probably play minutes right away, then just fire yourself now. Like just because if that's what you're doing, as opposed to going out there and getting the best player available, but you're playing this game where I've got to have this player play 30 minutes a game in year 1 because I don't have a strong enough roster. Well, number 1, that's your fault for not having a strong enough roster. But number 2, if you're going to pass on best player available and go for fit and someone who's closer to being ready, not at number 4, you don't. I mean, if you move down, even number 5, if you move down to 7, 8, 9, that's fine. That's where you make those plays. You can't make a play like that at number 4. At least not in my opinion. To me, it reeks of desperation, of just trying to get into the playoffs now and forgetting everything about how NBA players usually, 19, 20, 21, their ceilings are so much higher typically because there's so much more time for them to grow, so much more moldability for them.
And that's kind of what we talked about earlier when I came up with the question where, I asked these guys, because we had a discussion, they were adamant, like, if you draft who you draft at 4, they need to start for you. And I said, if the Kings, who they pick at number 4, if they do not start for him, and I was talking mostly Keegan Murray, or not Keegan Murray, but Jaden Ivey and Shaedon Sharpe coming off the bench, can the Kings still make the playoffs, with other trades and free agent acquisitions and stuff like that? I said yes. Damian, I think, eventually came around and said yes. But we were saying, if you draft Keegan Murray, you probably don't have to have this conversation because he's starting at the 4 day 1. But the way you look at it, James, and you could elaborate on it, is it's kind of short-sighted to just get a guy that would start for you day 1 in Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I mean, look at the top 3. All 3 of those guys are starting day 1. I can almost guarantee you they're starting day 1 wherever they go, because the talent and the age match like what your projections are. Like, they're going to be really good. Now, are they going to be stars early in their career? No, but they can still hold down the fort. Like, I mean, if you draft any one of those 3, they are better than the options that you have at power forward today for the Sacramento Kings. Not for every team, but for the Sacramento Kings. They are better than Trey Lyles or Chimezie Metu or whoever you want to put at the 4. They're better than that. They actually give you room to improve in year 1 as a roster, but then the potential year 2, year 3, year 4. I mean, again, like Jabari Smith can be a all-star level player. Chet Holmgren can be an all-star level player. Paolo Banchero, he can easily be a 20 and 10 guy. And I know someone said earlier he doesn't play defense. That's not what I saw. He's not a shot blocker. So people think he's not a natural fit next to Sabonis because he's not a shot blocker and he's not a three-point shooter. I sat there and watched the Final Four and watched the big kid for, was it North Carolina that just, was it Baycock that just ran over everyone? They put Paolo Banchero on him and he was a stud. He shut him down. And I'm like, okay, you do have some game. He's a position defender. He might not be great in space, but like these guys, all of them have like really, really high level. They're plus starters. They're almost guaranteed plus starters in the NBA. Once you get past number 3, then it gets a little dicey. You're not sure. You're banking on potential versus, productivity, what a guy can do, but you're banking on potential. It comes a point where you get through with potential and you get to the players that, okay, I know they're really good because they showed me what they could do, and I know who they should be at the NBA level. Those players are usually around number 9, where Davion Mitchell went, where you knew exactly what you were getting at number 9, and you thought it would translate. It pretty much translated. You're getting a long-term guy who's going to be in the rotation. I would have liked a little bit more of a starter at that point. But yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting discussion on the way to build a roster and the way to build your franchise up. But for me, like I'm not taking Keegan Murray at number 4. I'm willing to do a whole lot of things though outside of that. Like I would go up, I would go down, I would go completely out of this draft if you have to. But I better get either 1 or 2 major pieces that fill what I'm doing and how I move forward, who are young, near all-star potential, under contract long-term, or at least team control long-term. There's a lot to it.
One of those could be at 4.
Yeah. Like,
okay. I just want to make sure, because we talked a lot about moving up and moving back, but you think a piece can be added here at 4.
Oh, heck yeah. You can, especially if one of the big guys fall.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, especially if one of the big guys fall.
And since you're so old, you might as well take the young guy. The youngest guy as a team. If you're so old, you might as well just take the guy that's like 18, 19 years old.
And who's that, Kenny? Who's the
Shaedon Sharpe? I'm just
okay. All right.
I'm just saying, when you're so old, you got to balance it out. Go get the young guy.
Jalen Green all over again, except the Kings can actually get him this time. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you missed any part of today's show, you could catch it on podcast form on Apple, here on the Odyssey app, on Spotify, Google Play, or whatever it may be. Of course, you can catch the Kings Beat podcast coming out multiple times per week on those same platforms. Subscribe to the Kings Beat YouTube channel as well. We appreciate all of those watching the show on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Please hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons as well. We've got Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We'll break that down tomorrow. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings potential draft picks here at number 4. We'll talk more about some of the rumored names around them. I talked with Jill Adge. We'll get Jill Adge on. She can break down coaches like nobody's business.
That's the truth.
So we'll get her booked here on this show, and we hope that you'll be with us tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Boston. I need more games.
Wow. No, they're losing by 40 tonight.
Uh-oh.
Kenny just killed the
I need more
Celtics.
games. Memorial Day weekend might be ugly. It might be ugly with no basketball.
Ray says 22 is old, and my answer is by NBA standards coming into the draft, 22 is old.
Yeah, by NBA draft standards.
By NBA draft standards, yes.
Yeah.
J-Lo. Keegan is left-handed but shoots right-handed. Read that somewhere. Do you know who else does that, James? Do you know who else is like that?
Who's left-handed and shoots right-handed?
Yeah, does everything in the world left-handed but shoots right-handed.
I do know.
De'Aaron Fox.
No. Jesse messed up and told me in my ear. Go ahead.
It's LeBron James.
That's not one. That's not what Jesse said. And two, that's not who I was thinking of. Ben.
Who knows?
Oh, Simmons.
Who knows? Yeah. Ben shoots left hand, right. Nobody knows.
Well, we don't know because he doesn't shoot.
Yeah.
Well, now he doesn't even play.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse said Ben Simmons.
Boy, talk about dodging a bullet there. Woo.
And LeBron is full on left-handed. That's why his left hand layups are so natural.
I don't think I knew that. I don't know why. I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, did you guys see this Josh Donaldson thing? That he got the 1-game suspension and he's appealing, but the one what? Like, come on, man. What is he doing?
I don't know what he got going on, man.
He's
what he got going on.
Not the sharpest knife in the drawer, it appears.
Well, I think he's also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Certainly appears that way.
Yeah. Okay, so someone was just saying Davion Mitchell will be 24 before the season starts.
Damn.
That's, again, that's
damn.
That's, and it's not a bad
It's almost
thing.
over, Davion.
Yeah. It's not a horrible thing because you are getting an established player, but you cannot draft with that in your head at all at number 4. You got to draft for the best talent available because that could be a superstar. And there's some guys that we always talked about it with Tyrese, like, will it translate? Will it translate? And look, I think Keegan Murray's game, part of his game will translate. He's just not going to get that opportunity and be that much. He's not going to be 24-8 or 24-9. He's not going to block 2-point-something shots per game, at least not in my opinion, like watching him play. I just didn't see it.
And James, tell me if I have this wrong. I think I understand what you're saying. If Monty McNair is looking at Keegan Murray and he thinks Keegan Murray is the best player right now, and 10 years from now, I'm sure he's going to be the best player out of these guys that are available, then you absolutely take Keegan Murray.
Of course.
But if he's looking at it where Keegan Murray is the best player right now, but I think in 7 years, Shaedon Sharpe or Jaden Ivey, they might be better than him. They're just not there now. They're going to need 2 or 3 years. That's not a good enough reason to take Keegan Murray.
No. I mean, you have to make the right pick with all the information that you have. You've got to make it perfect right there. Like at number 4, you have got to swing for the fences, but it's a calculated risk, right? All of these picks are calculated risk, but I mean, Chet Holmgren is a risk. Jabari Smith is a risk. I mean, heck, none of us knew that Greg Oden was going to literally turn into like a 75-year-old man. His body was going to, like, in year 2. Like, none of us knew that was going to happen. But I mean, there are so many potential players that I could fit in before we get to that point where you get to Keegan Murray, just in my opinion. And a lot of people, he can win Rookie of the Year. Watch him win Rookie of the Year. That's totally fine. Mike Miller won Rookie of the Year. So did Michael Carter Williams. There are plenty of guys who win Rookie of the Year. That doesn't matter. When you're drafting at number 4, number 5, number 6, you better be drafting for potential.
Tyreek Evans won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah,
I never seen this picture before. Did you Chet and Sabonis met at the lottery?
Oh,
I just found a picture to put up on the tile of Sabonis and Chet shaking hands. Like, oh boy,
conspiracy theories abound.
Oh boy,
yeah.
Chet
you
looks
brought up
unhealthy though.
Yeah,
like protein shake or something.
You guys, you brought up Tyreek and AJ Griffin. The way he plays reminds me a little bit of. He doesn't have the handles that Tyreek had, but the ground base and strong, he can blow through like a crowd. Like he can take a hit and get to the rim still.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a huge vert, but he doesn't know how to use it in a game. Really good shooter though. And again, that's a guy where like if I've got AJ Griffin and Keegan Murray and I'm like weighing the two, that's tough. If I'm looking at Ben Mathurin, like that's really tough. Like there's so much potential, and there's not that much age difference between some of these guys. They're like a year and a half, but a year and a half is still a tremendous amount. So, yeah, I would like to see what some of those guys do as juniors, which is what we're seeing from Keegan Murray. And he wasn't great his first 2 years. It's just like this last year.
AJ Griffin reminds me of, and I think he's a more skilled player, better player than him, but he reminds me a little bit of Justice Winslow when he was at Duke.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's
more offensively skilled, but
he's an exceptional shooter. He's one of the better shooters in the draft. So I would say that that's what separates him from Justice, but still like built like that.
Size, his body type reminded me. He's probably even a little bigger than Justice Winslow was, but it's that same thing. This is bizarre. This is random and bizarre. You guys know how much I love the 49ers. You know how much I believe in my man Trey Lance.
Uh-oh.
But I don't think I'm doing this. It's crazy. Trey Lance has drawn more money to win the NFL MVP at Caesars Sportsbook than Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes combined. Trey Lance odds moved from 201 to 60-1 to win the NFL MVP. It's kind of crazy.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Not winning MVP. No,
yeah, that's
not
absolutely.
Just give your money to me, people.
Yeah.
Winning the MVP.
Give your money to Kenny.
That is nuts.
Yeah. Keegan's 21. He'll be 22 by draft night. August. Well, I mean, not by draft night. By this summer, he'll be 22. So yes, he is a sophomore, but he's an older sophomore. So, and maybe I'm wrong. Like, hey, again, I think he's going to be a really good player, but I'm going to put him in the realm of even a Sadiq Bey. Like, I'll put him in the realm of Sadiq Bey. He could probably be that good, and I could even put him in the realm like Trevor Ariza. Sorry.
Oh man, Trevor Ariza. I was trying to get him on the Kings for years. By the time I got him, he was a little washed.
Yeah. And everything I'm hearing is Jabari's going number one. There's like a pretty good buzz about that. But that could also be like who Orlando thinks is the most valuable, but then rarely do you see anyone trade the number one overall pick.
Rich, I'm not sure if you heard this earlier, but happy birthday, bro. We
Yeah.
might have wished you happy birthday before you even joined us, man. But happy birthday, homie.
Happy birthday, big dog.
And those air horns signal the end of the broadcast. We will do this all again, literally, this exact same thing again tomorrow.